the chair may postpone further proceedings today on any vote relating to any matter under consideration during today's markup. Before we begin, I want to mention that in light of the most recent guidance from the Office of the Attending Physician, masks will be required throughout today's markup for all members and staff in the hearing room, regardless of vaccination status, and will be enforced as a matter of decorum. Members are permitted to remove their mask only when under recognition by the chair for purposes of debate and are expected to immediately replace their mask upon finishing their remarks. I will remind members who do not wish to wear a mask that they are able to participate virtually in today's markup via WebEx. We will be collecting and distributing amendments electronically as well as physically to ensure all members have access to relevant documents in this hybrid format. All amendments must be submitted to the committee, email provided in the meeting notice. The amendment will then be distributed to all members in the room and to all members on the platform through an email list that was developed in advance in coordination with the ranking member. As is the chair's practice, amendments that are pre-filed will be given priority consideration. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit additional materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for opening remarks. Today, this committee will mark up a key part of the President's Build Back Better agenda, legislation that will provide a critical investment of $322 billion toward our nation's affordable housing infrastructure. For the first time in decades, Congress is taking decisive actions toward remaking our nation's housing to be safer, greener, more inclusive, and affordable. The landmark Build Back Better Act will set our country on a path to ending homelessness. It will create or rehabilitate millions of affordable housing units. It will bring sustainable homeownership within reach for millions of first-generation and first-time home buyers. It will eliminate the debt of the nation's flood insurance program. It will provide important investments in communities that have been left behind for far too long. Specifically, the bill provides $322 billion in funding directed toward the following priorities: $90 billion for new rental assistance targeted to the lowest income renters, including $75 billion for hundreds of thousands of new housing choice vouchers. Fully 1/3 of this funding, $25 billion, will be targeted to persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness. This is the biggest expansion of the voucher program since its creation in 1974. It also revives the Section 8 project-based rental assistance program for the first time since 1983 to increase the supply of deeply affordable housing in neighborhoods, allowing families to thrive. $80 billion to address the nation's public housing capital backlog that has contributed to the dire health and safety issues affecting public housing residents today. This funding will ensure such housing remains within public ownership and control in perpetuity, as is the core mission of public housing. Over $80 billion in housing supply investments, including $37 billion for the National Housing Trust Fund, $35 billion for the Home Program, and $10 billion for the Capital Magnet Fund. Overall, we anticipate that this package will preserve, create, or retrofit over 3 million affordable housing units, $8.5 billion in CDBG funding, including targeted funding for colonists and manufactured housing communities, $10 billion in first-generation home buyer down payment assistance in order to help millions of mortgage-ready households become homeowners and build wealth. The bill also protects the descendants of Black, Native American freedmen who have been disenfranchised by 4 Native American tribes. Specifically, it provides $2 billion for the Indian Housing Block Grant Program to alleviate the deplorable housing conditions in Indian country while ensuring funds are limited to those tribes that are in compliance with their treaties relating to the freedmen. Finally, the bill invests billions to ensure these housing and community development investments drive sustainable, racially, and economically equitable growth. This includes a major expansion of HUD's fair housing enforcement capacity. We will also mark up the Native American Housing Assistance and Determination Reauthorization Act of 2021, that is the House, the H.R. 5195, a 5-year reauthorization of Native American and Native Hawaiian housing program. The bill both provides critically needed funding and ensures that the descendants of Black Native American freedmen have equal access to this assistance. Lastly, we are marking up H.R. 5196, the Expediting Assistance to Renters and Landlords Act of 2021. This bill would enact needed reforms to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program to expedite the distribution of assistance to tenants and landlords during the ongoing pandemic, which to date has only expended 11% of available funds after 6 months of operation. My bill would, for the first time, allow landlords to apply for assistance after providing notice to their tenants, while also ensuring those same tenants remain stably housed. And the bill would also significantly expand Treasury's outreach efforts to better inform our tenants and landlords about the availability of these critical funds. I look forward to passing these critical pieces of legislation out of committee. And now I recognize the ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes for any opening remarks he may have.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Today, we're marking up our committee's portion of the $3.6 trillion reconciliation monstrosity the Democrats are going to bring to this country. This package has been described by the New York Times as a bill that, quote, would touch virtually every American at every point in life from conception to old age, end quote. That's high hopes, and that's breathtaking. At a time when economic indicators are flashing red, Democrats are preparing to jam through the largest spending bill we've ever seen in this country. I understand my colleagues across the aisle don't want to hear from Republicans about the debt and deficit, so let me read you a quote from a member of your party, Senator Joe Manchin, Democrat Senator Joe Manchin, who just said this 2 weeks ago. Quote, over the past 18 months, we've spent more than $5 trillion responding to the coronavirus pandemic. Now, Democrat congressional leaders propose to pass the largest single spending bill in history with no regard to rising inflation, crippling debt, or the inevitability of future crisis, end quote. I ask unanimous consent to enter his op-ed into the record.
Without objection, such is the order.
And Madam Chair, the unemployment rate stands at 5.2%. There are 10.9 million unfilled jobs in America. Hiring has slowed and layoffs have increased. The price of things are going up. The annual growth rate of wholesale prices is now higher than it was in 2010. And in August, we saw the largest increase in these prices on an annual basis on record. It's Democrat policies which are driving up the cost of everyday life and everyday things for families in America. To say that these are choppy economic times for the American people is a massive understatement. This bill will make it worse, not better. And in the face of all this data, all the growing concern among families who are experiencing these rising prices, bills that are going up, the cost of food going up, the cost of the ability to move their family or go to school is up from 2 years ago, 5 years ago, even a year and a half ago. The economic ignorance of my Democrat colleagues is stunning. On Friday, we discussed the serious housing crisis as well. And we heard from my Democrat colleagues who said that this is a crisis, that we have to act urgently on the eviction moratorium and the renter assistance. And so here we are with the next bill after that hearing on Friday, and there's no mention of renter assistance. There's no assistance within this bill. So while Republicans have been calling for solutions since May, Democrats can't even find space in this $330 billion of spending out of our committee to fix this problem. Instead of addressing the rental crisis in this reconciliation package, Democrats have decided to move a separate bill, one that has no support in the Senate and no hope of becoming law. So I'll give you an opportunity to fix those grave errors by offering the Republican alternative to help renters. We'll offer it in the reconciliation bill today because it fits and complies with the rules, and we'll offer it on tomorrow's bill. So let's see if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can cast a vote that matches their rhetoric. So let me close by saying this. You know this version of the reconciliation bill won't become law. I know it won't become law. The Democrats know it won't become law. Just yesterday at 11:58 a.m., a new version of this bill was released, the one we're considering today. Why? Because it couldn't pass the way it was drafted. This is the definition of building a plane while you're flying it. There will be more last-minute rewrites as Democrats desperately search for enough votes to secure passage. Look, I get it. I understand you're trying to use your political leverage every way you possibly can. But just as people are emerging from the pandemic and trying to get the economy back open and getting back to normal life, they're facing rising prices. This bill will exacerbate their pain of incomes not going up as quickly as the cost of everything they need to live their lives. This bill will make it worse. Committee Republicans will make it clear that these are not the priorities of the American people, and will offer constructive alternatives to the bill offered today. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up committee print.
Madam Chair, I have a parliamentary inquiry about the schedule for today for members' purposes. Madam Chair, would you yield for parliamentary inquiry? Just for members' purposes, what will the schedule be today, and what's the chair's intention on proceeding?
The gentleman has required, I recognize him, raise questions about what the schedule will be today. We started a little late, starting at 12, and we intended to go through, hopefully, all of the amendments that will be offered today, and we may not have an opportunity to take votes on those amendments, but we're prepared to go for as long as it takes to complete the amendments.
Madam Chair, further inquiry. Is there intention to have a dinner break? I know we've got almost all the committee except for five of us are virtual. So just for planning purposes, do you intend to take a dinner break? Is there any intention of that?
We have not decided exactly when that break will take place, but certainly it is considered as something that we must do. And so working with you and your staff and my staff, you can get together on the dinner break time.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Pursuant to notice, I now call up the committee print, providing for reconciliation pursuant to SCON Res 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022. The clerk will report.
Committee print, providing for reconciliation pursuant to SCON Res 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022. Title 4, Committee on Finance.
Without objection, the first reading of the committee print is disposed with. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance to all members and are also on the dais. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Waters of California. Budget reconciliation. Strike the text of the committee print and insert the following.
Without objection, the
Madam
amendment in
Chair,
the
I
nature of a
object.
substitute. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I object to the ANS being considered as base text for the purposes of amendment.
The objection is heard. The objection is heard. The amendment in the nature of a substitute will not be treated as base text and will instead be treated as a first-degree amendment. So, without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and considered base text for purposes of further amendment. Is there further discussion of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print before we call up amendments?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
So I just have a few questions about this ANS. Yesterday, a little bit before noon, there's a very different amendment in the nature of substitute posted. A brief review suggests that the top line appropriation numbers were removed, but the funding stayed the same. And I wanted to inquire from the chair why that was.
I've been advised that the instructions on the rules have been advised by the Budget on Reconciliation.
Okay, Madam Chair, for example, the text posted on Wednesday night, Section 401, appropriated $80 billion for public housing. That $80 billion is broken down into line items. In the text released yesterday, that $80 billion appropriations is removed from Section 401, but the line items are still included. When it adds up, the line items still add up to $80 billion, but it seems like this was a question of optics to not add up those things to make it clear what this bill is actually doing. The massive amount of money is putting into certain programs, and I was just wondering if that was a design issue, a rhetorical issue, or an issue of substance.
If the gentleman is questioning the bottom line amount on this bill, due to the rules around reconciliation, we've been advised that this is the best way to comply with the rules.
Okay.
This is not about optics.
All right. Well, Madam Chair, looking through the changes here, it seems like this is a good way to shield from members the basic math that was done for them. And so it looked like superficial changes that had much more to do with optics than it did with the substance of the bill. And that's why I raised it. But Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. We can move on.
There is an amendment at the desk?
Oh, you got a manager's first? Okay.
Is there an amendment? There's an amendment at the desk? No.
Madam Chair, I withdraw. I withdraw.
One moment, please. I understand exactly what is going on, and I think that regular order demands that I move forward with my amendment, and so
I withdraw my amendment for the
the
moment.
amendment is withdrawn. Before we move on, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Today is a historic day. The package before us is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make a substantial investment in the American people by addressing our housing needs. The $300+ billion package will help us build back better by making long overdue comprehensive investments in housing. Among the much needed funding in this package is nearly $80 billion to address the public housing capital needs backlog. The affordable housing and public housing is a life and death issue across the U.S. and especially in New York's 12th congressional district. New York is home to the largest public housing authority in the nation, and the largest public housing community is Queensbridge Houses. More than 400,000 New Yorkers reside in NYCHA's 326 public housing developments across the city's 5 boroughs. It is not an understatement to say that I visit at least one of these housing developments every single week and hear from NYCHA residents how their homes and communities are in disrepair. This is completely unacceptable. As we have witnessed before, the state of too many NYCHA buildings are terrible, falling down, as are many of the public housing buildings across the country. We have underfunded these programs for decades. Roofs leak, bathrooms do not work, elevators don't work, and I can go on and on and on. I see it and hear about it from my constituents constantly. NYCHA has approximately a $40 billion capital needs backlog, roughly half of the nation's backlog. This package will fully address the entire backlog nationwide. Public housing residents deserve better. They, like all New Yorkers and Americans, deserve safe, clean homes where they can be healthy and safely raise their children. This package is an investment. We need to improve the state of our public housing and improve the quality of life for tens of thousands of NYCHA residents. Beyond public housing, this package makes sizable investments in housing programs to support people with disabilities, housing for the elderly, and improve energy efficiency and climate resiliency, all very needed. This package will also invest $75 billion in funding for new housing choice vouchers, a key tool for some of our nation's most vulnerable. Nearly 1/3 of this funding is targeted to individuals and families experiencing or at risk of homelessness and survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, and human trafficking. I am excited that housing is such a key component of the Build Back Better plan, a plan that will invest in our working families, expand childcare options, reduce child poverty, and so much more. Thank you, Madam Chair, for all your work on this package, and thank you to all of my constituents for your commitment to eliminating the publicly housing capital needs backlog. Thank you to all of my colleagues that are supporting this important package. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
The chair now has a manager's amendment at the desk. We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Waters of California. Budget reconciliation. Page 3, line 23, strike affordability and insert affordability. Page
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize myself for 1 minute to explain the amendment. This manager's amendment provides minor technical changes to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I don't believe we need to spend any further time debating this amendment, so without objection, this amendment is adopted by the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chair, I object.
The objection is heard. The question now occurs on the amendment.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word to explain my objection.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Near as we can tell, going through the changes of this amendment offered, is that there's one misspelling throughout the whole bill. And I want to draw this to members' attention as an example of how quickly this bill seems to be put together, and as speed sometimes runs into fine-tune changes, the sort of lack of fine-tune changes. The fact that they misspelled one word throughout the whole bill, I think, is a striking example of that inefficiency of this process. And that word that they misspelled conveniently for a bill that is the largest spending bill in American history, the most costly spending bill in American history for the taxpayers, the largest tax increases coming through Congress, the word that they misspelled was affordability. You can't make this stuff up. Affordability. So I want my Democrat colleagues to have to vote on that to highlight the fact that this has been such a bad process for Congress, especially for the House. Reconciliation is the House jumping through Senate hoops. And it is really galling when we had to do it when Republicans were in charge. And I'm sure it's galling to my Democrat colleagues. We have to fix this process by which we budget in America. And we have to fix this process, especially as House members, and regain control of our chamber. It is ridiculous that we have to go through this reconciliation process to legislate. And it's also ridiculous that we have to conform to stupid Senate rules because the Senate can't get their act together. And so the fact is that this bill has been slapdash put together, and the fact that you can't spell affordability in a bill that is unaffordable to the American people is also galling. So that's the reason why I object, and that's the reason why we're going to have to vote on this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Madam Chair,
Thank you very much. The gentleman has been recognized. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes
No.
have it.
And ask for
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of our amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
I've got an amendment at the desk, Madam Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek
I have an
recognition?
amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina. Budget reconciliation.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And look, in all likelihood, with Democrats controlling the House and the Senate and the White House, some version of this legislation will become law. They control all of Washington. Democrats control the Senate, they control the House, they control the presidency. They're using a process to expedite their spending and tax policies. I give them a good shot of getting this thing through. So, in light of that, even though this thing at the end of the day may be half the size based off what the Senate does, with the Senate chopping it up, but if Democrats are serious about assisting renters, like we all said that we were on Friday, that it would be important to have a provision that would assist renters in this bill. And since I think this bill has a good shot of getting enacted into law, I'd like to offer the Republican alternative to help renters, the Republican bill, the Renter Protection Act. And even though this bill spends $330 billion out of our jurisdiction, it does nothing for renters assistance, and it does nothing to help those that we allocated money for back in December in a bipartisan way. And in February, Democrats went their Democrat-only approach, and we have most renters are not getting the assistance from that program that they were pledged. So my amendment would add our legislation to this bill. And what we heard last week was clear. Everybody wanted to do something. So as I said last week, we need to simplify and expedite the delivery of rental assistance by combining the two programs enacted by Congress, helping the state and local grantees on the front lines. Number two, end the threat of eviction for renters by fully paying off their debts. 3, target assistance to the households that have the highest need, so the lowest income individuals get help first. 4, incentivize rather than drive away property owners to participate in the program so that small mom and pops across the country won't be forced to sell their homes. 5, finally, it would we need to add necessary oversight and safeguards to prevent fraud, protecting taxpayers. Those are the 5 things that this bill does. This approach will actually work, as opposed to the failed policies by the Biden administration and failed Democrat-only policies. Let's do something that will actually work. And so instead of encouraging fraud, we make property owners run away from the program. We need to encourage them to participate, and our bill does that, and that's why I'm offering this vital amendment to this big piece of legislation. It may be a small addition, but I think it would be a hopeful and good sign if we can agree to this. So please support my amendment on behalf of the committee Republicans, all of whom have been co-sponsors of the bill that we filed back in June to fix this problem. And so I would encourage my Democrat colleagues to support the bill, and with that, I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment will do nothing to expedite emergency rental assistance funds, and instead it would slow down aid from reaching families in need. Mr. McHenry is offering this bill, which would reimpose strict requirements on grantees in providing rental assistance, also further delaying payments to landlords. I've introduced legislation that we are considering today that would actually help grantees more quickly distribute aid and is responsive to both the needs of landlords and renters. So I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Madam Chair, I strike the last word, and I thank you for recognizing me. I stand in opposition to the McHenry amendment. Would that those who are so upset about misspellings would recognize the difference between nouns and adjectives. Democrat is a noun. Democratic is an adjective. Maybe we could correct that as we move forward along with our spelling. Madam Chair, I'm pleased to support the reconciliation package and excited to make a transformational increase in our investment and funding for housing infrastructure, rental assistance, home buyer down payment support, and community services in our country. This $339 billion package shows our commitment to ensuring that every person, regardless of income level or situation, has a place to call home. I'm also mindful of the recent destruction of homes in my district following Hurricane Ida, some of the worst destruction we have ever seen. Our communities need help to rebuild, fixing their homes, their businesses, community spaces, and our infrastructure. Some will have to start over. And while the funds that we're discussing today may not be used for this type of building, it is with that same spirit, ensuring people have safe, secure, affordable, and lasting housing, that we will work today. This bill will appropriate and direct important resources and investments to all of our districts. And I'm excited for the estimated $6.5 million in CDBG funds for Montgomery County and $4.5 billion for Berks County. Million for Berks County, in addition to an estimated $52 million for both of my home counties in home grants. Nationally, the important $77.25 billion national investment for our public housing, and specifically the public housing maintenance backlog, will help Montgomery County Public Housing Authority in my district, which is currently facing a $7.7 million high priority capital needs backlog. In recent tours over the summer at a local public housing buildings in my district, I saw extraordinary needs, from the mundane everyday repairs to urgent safety and well-being improvements. Today, we will have a chance to invest funds to make their lives better. And additional investment of priority for my district is the $1 billion for Section 811 housing, which provides rental assistance for low-income people with disabilities to live independently on their own terms. These investments improve health, well-being, and choice for people with disabilities. And I wanted to mention, Madam Chair, I am pleased too that a proposal I have been working on is included in this package to increase support for domestic manufacturing and supply chain resiliency. Our domestic manufacturers currently lack sufficient levels of capital, often hurting small and medium-sized businesses primed to take innovative technological advancements to the market. While government often helps support breakthrough research, support often dwindles when trying to commercialize this technology. This gap leads to offshoring of our manufacturing base and creates supply chain vulnerabilities, which is what we have seen in these last few years and has been exacerbated by COVID-19. All of this language will inform all forms of financing, usually available under SSBCI, including venture capital investments, loans, and loan guarantees. These funds will allow more companies to take innovative technology advancements to production and increase employment in critical sectors of our economy. Investing in our housing, manufacturing, and community support infrastructure will create a foundation for our constituents to thrive, not just in the immediate, but in the future as well. I join my colleagues in urging support for this bill, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Is there further debate
Madam
on the
Chairwoman,
amendment?
Madam
Who
Chairwoman,
seeks recognition?
Congressman Style from Wisconsin.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in support of my colleague, Mr. McHenry, the ranking member's amendment. I think it actually makes a lot of sense. It's saying we have spent so much money from the federal government over the course of the past 15, 16, 17 months. Let's make sure what we're doing with the current spending is working well. Let's get it right before we go on and spend another $3.5 trillion. We've held a couple of hearings now in this committee highlighting the problems with the rental assistance programs, the problems that have resulted through poor drafting, through quick actions by this committee and others in the House. And I think Mr. McHenry's bill that he has put forward gives us an opportunity to go back and get the original language right. Let's go out, let's help people with the money that's already been allocated before we go and begin a process of spending yet another $3.5 trillion. And with that, unless somebody would like me to yield them time, Madam Chairwoman, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opposed.
Ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of our amendment
I have an
to?
amendment at the desk, Madam Chair.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The chair, the gentleman has an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
We got it.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina. Budget reconciliation.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a similar version of what I submitted in the previous amendment. If this bill is going to become law, we should fix the renter assistance program. If this bill is going to be a must-pass bill, and it is sure to be signed into law, then we need to be sure to fix this bad program that is harming people and leaving people left behind. And so if committee Democrats reject the bill, the amendment offered to fix the program that I offered on behalf of committee Republicans, if they reject that, then certainly we can prioritize those people that are being most hurt. And so that's what this amendment does. Now, what we heard on Friday, emergency rental assistance programs that don't fully pay off renters' debts, leave them no safer from eviction than if they hadn't been paid at all. And so I think it's important to prioritize arrears, and that is what we heard across the panel on Friday. The majority party's renter assistance bill doesn't prioritize full repayment of arrears, and that's going to both hurt renters and property owners. And so this amendment fixes that and says, at the very least, let's prioritize arrears and make people whole so they don't get evicted. But look, I understand the politics. This bill that we're debating right now is a bill written by Democrats for Democrats. That is the intention. It is a blue state bill for blue state voters. That's the priority. But by accepting this amendment, we'd be ensuring that renters across the country, regardless of whether or not they're red state or blue state, or red districts or blue districts, would still would have an attempt to be made whole and not get evicted. That's what this does. The renter assistance program that is currently the law of the land, the two programs, the bipartisan bill set up in December, bipartisan law set up in December, and then the Democrat-only bill in February. The February program is just simply not working. So we got to go back to the stuff that is absolutely working. And if we can prioritize arrears, that would be a really good sign. And so while I may not like the overall construct of the bill, I think this is something laudable, and we should try to get it across the line. If this is a must-pass bill, we must fix the renter assistance program within it. And if we do not do that, we're leaving people worse off when we have an opportunity to help them. And so that's it. Very simple. I ask my colleagues to support this in a bipartisan way and make the statement that we want to make people whole and not get evicted. With that, I encourage yes, vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Obviously, Mr. McHenry does not understand the legislation. Mr. McHenry's amendment would require grantees to pay off rental arrears using emergency rental assistance funds. This amendment does nothing to have a landlord apply for rental arrears, nor does it help a renter apply for rental assistance. Later, this markup, we will consider a bill to comprehensive address the shortcomings with the emergency rental assistance program, and I look forward to debating my bill at that time. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, it's the noes have
Ask
it.
for recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, it's Hill of Arkansas. I have an amendment at the desk.
Who is?
It's Hill of Arkansas, Madam Chair.
Mr.
I have an
Mr.
amendment
Hill, you're
at the desk.
recognized for 5 minutes. You have an amendment at the desk?
I do.
Okay. We will pause to allow the copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. does it take so long?
I don't know. We're trying to speed that up, but it's almost 1:45. We can only switch chairs with Mr. Gaston now.
All members received the amendment. So I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Hill of Arkansas. Budget reconciliation.
Without objection,
Move
the
to
amendment
dispense with the reading of the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the chair and the ranking member for convening this markup. And let me say to my friends that we're trying to work together here to benefit landlords and tenants. And this is not my idea of the way it should go. This is a classic way of why people are frustrated in Washington, because we're not working together to bring a common sense solution to taking a program that's failed the American people, failed our landlords, failed our tenants by not getting out in an expeditious and effective manner. Either the appropriated money back in December of 2021 that went to the states, or the American Rescue money that went out in March. Both are not delivering for the American people. And it seems to me it's incumbent on us as Republicans and Democrats in this House to work together to deliver a bipartisan common sense package. Sadly, that's not occurring today. So I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chair, that attempts to tackle one of the key issues we heard in our hearing on Friday. And in addition to listening to the testimony on Friday, I also went and met with apartment owners last month. I discussed the challenges of these programs. I've also met with our state officials and my largest county, Pulaski County officials, on how this emergency rental assistance program is failing the American people.
Okay.
It requires on buy-in from both property owners and renters. Adding conditions on receiving these funds, whether they're further eviction moratoriums or partial payments, or putting property owners under the thumb of the Treasury Secretary, will simply make property owners not participate. If this legislation were to pass, it would slow down the program even more. We'd even have more frustration on the part of our landlords and tenants. And I know my colleagues don't want that. They don't want to hear about that. The eviction moratorium has devastated mom and pop landlords. According to data from the National Rental Home Council, up to 33% of single-family rental property owners are now considering selling their rental homes. At the same time, it doesn't solve the problem for our residents who still owe the debt in arrears. A well-functioning ERA program is the solution to both of these challenges. My amendment will prevent some of the onerous conditions being added by the majority's bill from being placed on property owners, and will result in increasing landlord participating and getting these debts cleared up to the benefit of our tenants and our owners. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? If there's none, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment would amend the emergency rental assistance program by prohibiting a grantee from imposing any conditions on a landlord when providing assistance. Such conditions are often included to ensure that renters are stably housed. Under current law, a landlord is required to obtain a signature of a tenant, and this amendment would only make that process more unlikely, as renters may fear that landlords would immediately evict the tenant because at that moment, the tenant would technically still be in default. The chairwoman's bill does not impose any new requirements on landlords, and when they have the consent of the tenant, as this amendment proposes. Rather, the chairwoman's bill makes it easier for landlords to apply for assistance. The chairwoman's bill also creates a new process for landlords to receive assistance when they do not have the consent of landlords, something that this amendment and Mr. McHenry's bill ignore. This amendment does nothing to help landlords and renters receive assistance, but instead makes it more likely landlords won't receive any assistance. And for those reasons, I urge all members to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there any further debate? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
We asked for a
Mr. Chairman,
recorded
I'd
vote.
like to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested in duplicate. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There's a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
¿Tú tienes con qué sacar?
Okay, good. Yeah, they just tell her to re-up it.
Have all members received the amendments? So I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Hill of Arkansas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in your comments on my prior amendment, you implied that the majority's bill as introduced by Chair Waters didn't add any additional burdens or requirements on landlords, and that it would actually speed up money going to our tenants and our landlords. And I just respectfully disagree with that characterization. Just looking down the list, requires landlords who submit applications without a signature of a tenant to accept any amount awarded to them as satisfaction of the entirety of all back rent going back to March 2020. So they're going into it blind there. You're asking a landlord, just no matter what their amount of money comes back, that satisfies the entire debt. Requires landlords to accept the assistance, including arrearages, without renter consent, to agree to an individual 4-month eviction moratorium for that tenant. And there's others. So this second amendment I offer speaks to Mr. Barr's comment on Friday at the hearing. It was an excellent comment, which again, as members of Congress, we have a common sense obligation to represent the landlords and tenants in trying to find an acceptable solution to help people hurt by the pandemic. But we also have a responsibility to taxpayers, something that clearly, as the ranking member mentioned in an opening comments, is not a priority of the majority. We're just spending money without targeting, without justification, without analysis, without backup. And so as a result of that, Republicans want to make sure that we don't see money misspent due to the open-ended drafting by the majority of this particular effort. Mr. Barr Friday talked about protecting taxpayers. Mr. Luetkemeyer has seen in his work on the Small Business Committee tremendous challenges by the open-ended nature of documentation on EIDL loans and PPP loans. And so we want to limit the internal audit risk to fraud here. So, Mr. Chairman, my amendment is simple. Under current law, if a property owner applies for and receives emergency rental assistance funds, they have to alert the renter. That lets the renter know that their debt has been paid off and prevents a landlord from fraudulently collecting more funds. However, when a renter applies for funds directly, there's nothing in law that requires them to use these funds to pay rent. Repeat, nothing in the majority's bill requires the tenants to use the funds to pay rent. A property owner may not even know the renter has received federal funds to pay back rents. This is a simple amendment that would fix this flaw in the current program and prevent fraud. I urge you to support my amendment to ensure that funds from this program actually end up going to pay off rental debts. This language clarifies that, provides certainty, reduces the chance for fraud, and is a significant improvement in the majority's bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Move to strike the last word. Barr, Kentucky.
Mr. Barr is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, thank you. And I thank my friend from Arkansas for his important amendment. During our ERA hearing last week, I was very vocal on the need to protect taxpayers. We all want to help tenants who have been negatively impacted by COVID and cannot, for this reason, meet their rental obligations due to no fault of their own. We want to help landlords who we've asked to, through eviction moratoria, to not evict tenants. They have their own taxes, insurance, and mortgage payments on their properties. So we want to help them. But we also need to keep in mind, with the trillions of dollars that we're borrowing in response to the pandemic, and then now it appears beyond the pandemic, we owe it to hardworking taxpayers to make sure that their tax dollars are spent wisely, responsibly, and carefully. And unfortunately, this $3.5 trillion monstrosity is not doing that. It is not honoring hardworking taxpayers. And this particular measure, I think, could have very serious consequences from the standpoint of fraud, as Mr. Hill persuasively pointed out. We can all agree on the merits of helping people directly impacted by the negative impacts of COVID, but throwing money at the problem without some taxpayer protections is a recipe for disaster. The gentleman's amendment seeks to strike the appropriate balance by implementing basic, common sense anti-fraud protections on the money flowing directly to tenants. Congress appropriated this money to help renters and landlords. We need to be sure that it is serving that purpose. Now, think about this. The legislation before us would potentially provide assistance to tenants in arrears that would not require them or transparently ensure that the assistance provided to those tenants actually goes to meet their rent in arrear. That is something that I think any taxpayer would be horrified to hear. My concerns about taxpayer protections are not limited to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and are amplified as I look at this reconciliation bill as a whole. But at minimums, as we look at the Emergency Rental Assistance Program narrowly, this is something that's very basic that we should all, in a bipartisan way, agree to. Just some semblance of a respect for the taxpayers to make sure that the generosity of the taxpayers will be upheld and in accordance with the intent of what we're trying to do here. And the intent, of course, is to help tenants in arrear, but also help those landlords recoup the losses that they've incurred and incurred at the mandate of the government in many cases. The amount of spending in the bill before us today and of those other committees that are considering this reconciliation bill, combined with the crippling tax increases our colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee are proposing, will bankrupt generations to come. These basic anti-fraud provisions are the very least that we can do for taxpayers to make sure that emergency rental assistance is actually used for that purpose and not for fraudulent purposes. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. I thank my friend Mr. Hill for being a guardian of the taxpayer in this case, as he always is, and I yield to the sponsor if he would like more time to discuss his amendment.
Well, I thank my friend from Kentucky, and you made excellent points. And that's my point about using common sense here on a bipartisan basis to try to fix the errors that we found in both the appropriation, $25 billion, and the Rescue Act money. And I would urge my friends that all this calls for is that recipient use and support timely documentation to simply ensure that the payments were used by the eligible household only for the purpose for which the payments were provided. This is not rocket science. And this is the kind of improvement to tighten up the language, make it more effective, as my good friend from Kentucky has highlighted, for the taxpayers while benefiting our landlords and tenants. I thank my friend and I yield back to him.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
a gentleman from Texas, 2 seconds.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the amendment that sits before us, I believe, is a common sense amendment because it actually also ensures that money that was paid on behalf of a person that they understood it was being done. Much of the time when we deal with the aftermath of these issues where hundreds of billions of dollars are spent, we find out afterwards that lots of people claim no knowledge that even the money was even spent or given on their behalf. And I think what the gentleman is doing here, that I think Congressman Barr spoke about, but for sure, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, understands as a former banker, a person who was in the marketplace, that it is necessary that this information be certified. It is necessary that we understand how important the money that was given on behalf of the taxpayer, but also the receipt of that by both parties. And I think that what we see here is a common sense circumstance that I, like Mr. Barr and Mr. Hill, would consider this as a good government issue more than perhaps whether it has to be bipartisan. It's simply as an integrity issue that is not an extra step that I believe that eludes that would elude common sense if we don't include. And I want to be in support of both these and would ask that as members place their vote, that we would accept this amendment from the gentleman from Arkansas. I yield back my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Who seeks recognition?
Emmer from Minnesota.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Seek to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick with my time, but I want to express support for my friend, Mr. Hill's amendment that addresses a possible oversight with a current law that's a redundant use of taxpayer dollars. As my friend just explained, and as Mr. Barr, my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Sessions from Texas, have amplified, under the current law, if a property owner applies for and receives emergency rental assistance funds, they must let their renters know. Why? So the renters can know if their debt was paid off. But if a renter applies for the emergency rental assistance funds directly and receives them, that renter is not required under the current rules to use that money toward rent. So if a landlord received aid to pay off their renter's debt, but a renter also received aid directly, that renter would be able to pocket the money. This is a significant loophole in the current law, and it's a source of waste, fraud, and abuse on not only the taxpayer's dime, but on our watch. It's something that Republicans and Democrats alike should be concerned with. It's the reason that all of us on both sides of the aisle should be supporting this amendment. I'm proud to support Congressman Hill's amendment to clean up the current ERA rules and put our taxpayers' money, the money that all of us are responsible for, to better use and more efficient use. And unless the author desires more time, I would yield to the author.
Well, I thank my friend from Wisconsin, and I just would reiterate that the majority's proposal weakens the documentation, broadens the definition, and I would tell all my colleagues that this bill goes way beyond now helping people of low, moderate income and low, moderate income people that were hurt directly by the pandemic. These definitions are broader. They're going to be much more hard to document. And so the least that we can do is have parity between the documentation requirements on the part of a landlord who applies versus that of a tenant. And again, I must say, this is the whole intent behind Patrick McHenry and the minority's bill, introduced and talked about in May and June extensively on how to speed up this assistance by making sure it all goes first to paying rent in arrears and the utility payments according to the law, and that we spend it all here in these first few months and not extend this or make it more complicated. I believe the majority bill makes it more complicated, will deter landlords from participating, and as evidenced in this amendment by the good remarks of Mr. Barr, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Emmer, will make it harder to protect the taxpayers, to make sure only those who qualify receive this assistance, either landlord or tenant. I thank my friend from Minnesota. I said Wisconsin, but I meant Minnesota, and I yield back to him.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from the greater Wisconsin region yields. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Taylor
from Texas.
Taylor from Texas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too rise in support of this amendment. I think this is important and thoughtful. And I think we've spoken a lot about protecting the taxpayer and protecting landlords. Hopefully we need to talk about protecting the tenants. If we give people an opportunity to, to abscond with federal funds, with taxpayer funds, I think we're setting them up to fail as well. And so I think this amendment is thoughtful and helpful because it makes sure that we're taking care of not just the taxpayer, not just the landlord, but we're taking care of the tenant, which is really the intent, right? I mean, the intent here is to try to help make this program run more smoothly. I think that that's important, and I really appreciate the heartfelt place that the gentleman from Kentucky is coming from. Excuse me, the gentleman from Arkansas is coming from. Would the author like more time?
You're muted, Mr. Hill.
I don't, my friend. I yield back to you, but I thank you for helping make the case that on a bipartisan basis, we want to work on behalf of landlords, tenants, and the taxpayer by this improvement. I yield back to my friend.
Sure. And I'll just say that, when we're drafting legislation, there are oversights. I think that's just the nature of the beast. And I think the regular order process, by having it come here to committee, there's an opportunity to just spot, weaknesses, right? And so we kind of covered the need to notify for the landlord to notify the tenant, but we missed making sure that the tenant notifies the landlord. And so I think it's important that we seize on every opportunity we can to make the legislation as strong as possible, because what we don't want to do is have a program that's rife with fraud, because I think it makes it very difficult to do further programs in the future that would seem to help our fellow Americans who are trying to help, particularly in this time of need. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. As a reminder, if members could please identify themselves by name to facilitate recognition in this hybrid setting, it will make it easier for us. Thank you. Is there further debate on this amendment? Hearing none, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. I certainly appreciate the spirit of Mr. Hill's amendment. I would suggest that all of us understand the basic problem with this amendment, at least all of us who have ever been a tenant, which is that more often than not, renters don't get receipts when they pay their rent. Direct-to-tenant assistance is provided under the law precisely because some landlords may refuse to participate in these programs, and it certainly is not hard to imagine that those same landlords might refuse to provide a receipt of payment. So this amendment in practice would have the effect of preventing assistance from going to precisely those renters who we are trying to keep stably housed. For that reason, I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? If not, I will withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
What purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? So I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Emmer of Minnesota.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment is simple. At the outset of the pandemic in 2020, Congress pushed for strong oversight protections of the funding provided to CARES Act programs, which we passed on a bipartisan basis. This included $35 million in dedicated funds for the Office of the Inspector General at the Treasury Department to conduct oversight of the Coronavirus Relief Fund. The Coronavirus Relief Fund is a $150 billion pot of money. So yes, it made sense and makes sense to have someone oversee its distribution. When it comes to identifying waste, fraud, and abuse in federal spending, there is no better investment of taxpayer dollars than the Inspector General's. Last year, IGs returned approximately $16 in savings for every dollar that we invested in their budgets. With returns like that, how could we not fund our Treasury IG? Well, when the Democrats pushed through the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan on a partisan basis back in March, that bill did not provide nearly enough money for oversight. In fact, it didn't provide any money at all for our Treasury IG. So to put this into context, the American Rescue Plan included, among other amounts, $350 billion in additional funding for states with, in cases like mine, budget surpluses. But it failed to include new resources for the very office we charge with ensuring these dollars are being spent appropriately. Taxpayers deserve better. As we've seen, the Coronavirus Relief Fund has been exposed to waste, fraud, and abuse. Back home in my district, the Sartell St. Stephen's School District used COVID relief funds to pay for an, quote, equity survey that alarmed students and their parents. This survey was completely unrelated to COVID, not to mention inappropriate in the first place. This is just one example of why we need strong oversight mechanisms in place for the trillions Congress has appropriated for COVID. Despite the lack of appropriate funding for our Treasury IG, the Treasury Office of Inspector General received tens of thousands of email and hotline inquiries and thousands of complaints related to the department's American Rescue Plan programs. The need for oversight of COVID relief money is clear. So my amendment puts our taxpayer dollars to a very good use and redirects money to the IGs at Treasury and the Department of Housing and Urban Development to conduct oversight of the programs in this bill and those in the American Rescue Plan Act. Specifically, it provides $35 million for each office, the same that was appropriated to the Treasury IG to conduct oversight of the Coronavirus Relief Fund. I know my colleagues will see that this amendment represents an investment to protect taxpayer dollars against waste, fraud, and abuse, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the amendment. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Sessions is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, in looking back at the history that was just talked about by Mr. Emmer, 15% of Paycheck Protection Program loans were looked at afterwards as being fraudulent. That was only some $76 billion out of the $800 billion that PPP was a part of. But Mr. Chairman, this is easy for us to see. And that is that we not only need to have integrity with the programs that we offer our vote of support for or against, but the integrity of the government stands behind this. The Inspector Generals across the government are there to provide feedback and information so that we have integrity in the money that is spent. There was a determination made by the majority that they did not want the Treasury Department to be a part of our hearing last week. to receive feedback of simple ideas, to be able to know how to streamline the program, to be efficient in how it would be administered. Today, we have presumptively turned down ideas whereby we merge these programs with the best practices that have come from states like Texas and several other states that carefully administered the program and plan for the success of the people that it was intended. Today, if we fail to empower the IG to become engaged in this, Mr. Chairman, we once again make a mistake and lose the integrity of the program, which means that taxpayer money that would be spent on our behalf could once again simply be in a report in the future about the failures that we are doing here today. Mr. Chairman, I urge and I vote on behalf of Mr. Emmer's amendment to make sure that we not only ask the IG to become engaged, but to fund them and wait for their feedback accordingly. I yield back my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Hill moves to strike the last word.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would remind my Democratic colleagues who perhaps are considering a no vote here to take a look at the bipartisan support in the CARES Act for careful auditing standards of the money. One reason that Ranking Member Luetkemeyer knows about the challenges with the idle money and the PPP loans is because in the CARES Act, Congress stood up an unbelievable amount of investigation. We had a special IG at the Treasury. We had a coordinating council of all IGs from all the cabinet agencies to look at how the CARES Act money was being spent. We had a set of required monthly reports from the GAO, the Government Accountability Office. We had the Oversight Commission on which I was appointed to serve to look at the Federal Reserve and Treasury's use of the money for their programs. And finally, of course, the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, chairs yet again, majority-derived oversight commission. So that's what Mr. Emmer's point is here, my friends, is that this kind of unprecedented amount of continued spending with weakened conditions, weakened strings attached, deserves vigorous congressional oversight. And so I thank my friend from Minnesota for his strong, appropriate amendment. And I would encourage my friends on the other side of the aisle to support Mr. Emmer's amendment, as I certainly intend to. And I thank him and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing none, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the gentleman for offering this amendment, and I must say it is really a pleasure to hear such bipartisan support for our inspectors general. However, the effort to increase this oversight comes at the cost of funds for the secretary to effectively administer these programs. The concern about the efficient administration of these emergency rental assistance funds is valid, but if we want the funds in this bill to be administered effectively, we need to ensure we revise program accounts appropriately and ensure that sufficient funds are available for both administration and oversight. To that end, it is my understanding that we will be increasing the amount of funding for the inspectors general in the larger package, and likely by an amount larger than this amendment. For that reason, I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes overwhelmingly have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
My turn.
For what purpose does the gentleman sitting next to me from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's distracting actually having somebody in the room. That's I do have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Izenga of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to quote the great Yogi Berra, it's like deja vu all over again. Here we are dealing with these same issues with the same players. This reconciliation bill provides $80 billion, that's 80 billion, in new funding for public housing. And I just believe that if we are going to spend these funds, it falls on Congress to ensure that these public housing agencies are accountable to their tenants, to taxpayers, and to us here in Congress as stewards of those taxpayer dollars. My amendment would add additional guardrails to using these new funds. In fact, it would stop funds from going to any public housing authority that has been found guilty of fraud or has used federal funding to violate fair housing laws. Now, that would sound like pretty easy stuff. It would sound like we could agree on that and should agree on that. And again, I guess that's where I'm coming to this point where it's deja vu all over again. My Democrat friends and colleagues will oppose, or I'm assuming are going to be opposing, so maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised here. Let's give an example of this. The New York City Housing Authority, I believe, is maybe the worst example of what had happened. In 2018, a federal monitor was put in place to oversee this particular agency. And as they were doing their investigation, they put together a report. And I want to quote from that. Quote, "These first few months of our work have revealed New York City Housing Authority as an organization fraught with serious problems in structure, culture, and direction, and perhaps even worse." Well, as that investigation went on, it turned out it was worse. In 2019, NYCHA admitted they lied to federal authorities and covered up health risks in their properties to keep federal money flowing in. Even more troubling are the reports that an estimated $40 billion is needed now to address the physical issues with their particular properties. $40 billion. That's half of the new funding. So funding is not the problem with this agency. Management is the problem. This organization is absolutely fundamentally broken. Now, my colleague from New York had said that as she was positing that there's additional money that needs to be going into these agencies and into this particular agency. It's true, they do, because they actively lied about what they were doing with the money that they had been given from the feds at HUD. And they had been doing it for years. Their lies put the health and safety of their tenants at risk. And they ultimately, as I said, they admitted to it in a court settlement, and that they had habitually ignored and abused the health and quality of life of its residents. And now my colleagues want to give more money to this lying agency. So I'm concerned that any funds granted to this organization would be squandered on bureaucracy, competing union contracts, or outright theft. And the lives of New York City Housing Authority residents would not improve in any measurable way. Again, the residents, maybe not those who are running it, but the residents. In another troubling case from Los Angeles, the city's redevelopment agency recently settled with HUD and the Department of Justice over allegations that they knowingly discriminated against people with disabilities using taxpayer money. Knowingly discriminated against these folks. We should all find this behavior abhorrent and unacceptable. Is this the type of agency that we should be giving billions of dollars of new funding to? Now, again, we can have the fundamental debate about whether new additional funding is needed or not, but it seems obvious to me that we need to put in some standards of the organizations that have been habitually and structurally abusing their tenants so that they not be eligible until they clean their act up. So when these agencies accept federal funding, they make a promise to the American people that they will use it to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing to low-income Americans. If the agencies have broken this promise, wasted funds, or used them to discriminate against the very people they're supposed to help, then they should be disqualified from receiving new funding until those problems are fixed. And so I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Let me say to the gentleman that the intent of this is to deny access to the very people that we intend to help, especially during this pandemic. If there is anything that COVID-19 has shown, is that housing is a foundational determinant of health outcomes. They have been recognized since the early days of public health. Poor housing conditions contribute to a broad range of infectious diseases, chronic diseases, injuries, childhood development complications, nutrition issues, and mental health challenges with public housing residents. The disinvestment that has taken place under both Republicans and Democrat administration is simply outrageous. Let me also say that I've been critical of New York City housing. I have worked with the Federal Monitor, and we have constantly, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Senator Schumer, myself, and other members of the New York delegation have met with the Federal Monitor, in which he recognizes that NYCHA is implementing the kind of, taking the kind of steps that will guarantee that they are doing the things that will help public housing. And let me also say that that happened under a previous administration. How could we are going to impact the very people that are suffering and that have been victims of disinvestment and victims of previous administration? The current administration is taking the steps to make sure that New York City housing comply with the federal monitor. So this amendment is uncalled for. New York City housing is the largest housing in the nation. It is suffering from a backlog of repairs, and what you are achieving by introducing this amendment is to really deny the right of people that live in public housing to live with dignity and respect, and to be treated with dignity and respect. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
So one of the previous speakers made reference to the lead hearings, which I actually held in the city council. And I will just say this, the speaker said that NYCHA has $40 billion worth of capital needs, and then proceeded to say that money's not an issue. You cannot deprive any institution of $40 billion and expect it to function properly. Roofs and bricks, boilers and elevators do not replace themselves. It requires investment. And for decades, the federal government has systematically starved the New York City Housing Authority of funding, so much so that it has $40 billion worth of capital needs. So as far as I'm concerned, the federal government, more than the New York City Housing Authority itself, is the worst landlord in the country. The federal government has been complicit in the deterioration of conditions in public housing. And there are children who have been poisoned by lead. There are asthmatics who are struggling to breathe in the face of molded conditions. There are senior citizens who are freezing in their apartments in the winters with their boilers breaking down, largely because of defunding from the federal government. And so this bill is a long overdue fulfillment of our obligation to the residents of public housing. Public housing is a federal obligation. It has been since the 1930s. And for far too long, we've neglected the health and safety of residents in NYCHA, and we now have to fulfill our obligation to do right by them. $40 billion is long overdue. It's been decades in the waiting, and I'm proud to support the Build Back Better investment in public housing.
Would the gentleman yield, Mr. Torres?
I will yield.
So according to the GAO analysis of hot data, PHAs undertook improvement with their formula grants that affected about 495,000 housing units. Many used their grants to make improvement to enhance energy efficiency, such as installing energy efficient windows and appliances. Further, the GAO also determined that HUD's monitoring of PHA's use of the formula grant funds incorporated and addressed key internal control activities that provided reasonable assurance that recovery funds were spent as planned. Because the PHAs and HUD were both found to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money in 2009, I have every confidence that they will be again. I yield back, and thank you, the gentleman, for yielding.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York.
I'll request time for if the gentleman from New York will yield to me to respond to a couple of things.
He's muted. Tell him he's muted.
Mr. Torres, I believe you're muted.
You do not improve the accountability of an agency by defunding it.
But will the gentleman yield?
Improve the accountability of an agency by ensuring that it spends its dollars efficiently. But again, if NYCHA has $40 billion worth of capital needs, we as a government have an obligation to meet those needs. We cannot allow hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people, to languish in conditions that we would never wish upon ourselves and wish upon our loved ones. Right? Accountability means improving how we spend those dollars. It does not mean defunding public housing as we have done for decades.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Okay. No one has talked about defunding public housing, sir. This is about additional money going to people who have admitted they lied, cheated, and stolen. So now you want to do additional dollars to them. And I would respectfully put forward, let's not change history. In 2018, when there was discussion of a receivership of NYCHA, there was a tremendous fuss that was put up on the other side of the aisle under the Trump administration. A monitor was put in place, and that's when these things were revealed. So let's please, at this point, one of our other colleagues was talking about previous administrations. I assume she's talking, that's your time.
Well, yeah, that's actually incorrect. So these problems were revealed well before the appointment of a monitor. It was the city council in partnership with the Department of Investigations that revealed the lead scandal. How do I know that? Because I was the public housing chair at the time. So just to set the record straight.
Understand that, but if you'll allow, I was here listening to colleagues talk about there was not necessary to put a monitor in or to have a receivership. That's what was happening out here while you were dealing with that in New York City. Time has expired. I yield back to you.
Again, I'm not aware of anyone in the New York City delegation who would claim that there should not be more accountability at the Housing Authority. I'm just not aware of anyone. So, I yield.
Emmer moves to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield to the author of the amendment, Mr. Isinga from Michigan.
Well, I appreciate that from my friend from Minnesota. We'll continue this conversation. I mean, one of my colleagues, a New York member, was talking about previous administrations. Let's talk about previous administrations. Current Mayor Bill de Blasio was the New York City public advocate 2010 to 2013. 2014, he was elected mayor. So I think there was an allusion to a presidential administration, but we have to look at city administrations and what was going on. And again, in 2018, the gentleman from New York City is correct. There was a lead up to this monitor being put in place. There was lots of discussions down here, I would say falsely throwing motivations behind that of why that was necessary. And I will say that if those funds had been used properly in the first place, whether it's New York, LA, or any other public housing authority that has allowed improper facilities to be to slide under the radar, there needs to be an accountability to that. And maybe the gentleman believes that there's accountability present. I personally don't. I don't see it. And I don't believe the people who have promised, pinky promised in the past that they're going to change their ways are going to do it again, especially if you're throwing billions of dollars more at them. So all this is doing, this is not about defunding public housing as was alluded to or actually said. This is about what are you going to do with additional funding that's being given? And why would we give a priority to those housing authorities that have lied, cheated, and stolen from their tenants and the taxpayers that fund them?
How could
So,
you say stolen?
I'm sorry, I don't know who's talking, but so my amendment is not meant to needlessly deny funding to these tenants, as was alluded to and as was asserted. This is about accountability and making sure that when we are talking about billions of dollars, and I understand billions these days in Washington, D.C. is like Wednesday poker night money. It's just getting thrown around like it actually doesn't mean anything, but it means something. And you think about those rural housing authorities. You think about those smaller mid-tier city housing authorities that have many of the same needs with a different scale. But they have. So I'm sure. I'm happy to yield to the gentleman from New York City.
I don't think you can.
I'm sorry. It is Mr. Emmer's time, so I yield back to Mr. Emmer for that.
How much time do I have left, Madam Chair?
1 minute and 46 seconds.
And if before the gentleman yields, I do have one other thing.
Yield back to Mr. Huizenga.
Thank you. This is page 6, section 7, line 14, supplementation of funds. The secretary shall ensure that amounts provided pursuant to this section shall serve to supplement and not supplant other amounts generated by a recipient of such amounts or amounts provided by other federal, state, or local sources. So just so we're clear that it's not defunding public housing. So I yield back to the gentleman from Minnesota.
And I yield back the balance of my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I yield to myself 1 minute. I would like to share with all of the members the amount of time and effort Ms. Velasquez and Mr. Torres has spent on dealing with NACHA. They have lived it, they have breathed it, they understand it. Nobody cares more about New York City than these two. I would ask the members of the committee to please honor the work that these members have done and oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further discussion on this bill, on this amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now carries on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No.
No.
Oh,
The noes have it, in the opinion of the chair, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Kentucky seeks recognition. If not, who seeks? He does? I didn't hear him. Does the gentleman from Kentucky have an amendment at the desk? We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
I have an amendment at the desk. Madam Chair,
Who seeks recognition?
Bar Kentucky.
Yes, we are waiting for your amendment to be distributed electronically.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky. Budget reconciliation. In section 4031.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last year, the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness released a report that found the one-size-fits-all approach to homelessness is not effective and has actually led to an increase in the number of unsheltered homeless since the U.S. adopted the Housing First as its official policy. In the 5 years after 2014, when the United States adopted Housing First as its exclusive solution to combating homelessness, unsheltered homeless increased more than 20%, despite substantial increases in federal funding to fight homelessness. This sharp increase came after a decline in homelessness of roughly 31% between 2007 and 2014. The study shows that more money without the appropriate policy changes is not the answer. Many transitional housing facilities in my district and around the country, in many of my colleagues' districts on this committee, do not qualify for federal funds because they require participation in wraparound services such as counseling, financial education, or career development as a condition of continued residency. These requirements are necessary and effective in many cases, including for individuals recovering from addiction, and I would argue especially for individuals recovering from addiction. The facilities have a track record of successfully transitioning individuals out of homelessness and towards self-sufficiency, yet they cannot access federal funds. My colleagues have heard me discuss this topic at previous hearings and markups because it is extremely important and it warrants thoughtful debate. Like most of the policy debates we have in this committee, this one may benefit from data-driven research and analysis, like the report published by the US ICH last year. Unfortunately, in 2021, under the Biden administration, US ICH inexplicably removed this report from its website. The administration removed this report, which included independently vetted and verified data, research, and analysis on the subject of combating homelessness. Why? Why did the Biden administration remove this report from its website? Well, the answer is pretty simple. Because it didn't fit their narrative. Because it was a data-driven indictment of Housing First. This is censorship, plain and simple. And there is no place for that in our government, especially when it comes to informing public opinion on a subject as important as this one. Even if the new administration is wholly committed to Housing First and is not even going to consider alternatives to Housing First, it's telling that they won't allow the public to actually look at the data that suggests their strategy is a failed one. My amendment is simple. It states that the US ICH director may not spend the funds until he or she restores public access to this report and any other public documents that were removed over the last year. Let the American people see the facts. Let them see the data. Let me be clear. My amendment's very simple. It does not in any way change the amount of funding going to US ICH or the bill's prescription for the funds. All the director would need to do to access the funds is to restore the public's access on its website to the report that it removed. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a copy of the 2020 US ICH report entitled Expanding the Toolbox, the whole government response to homelessness, which was removed from the official US ICH website this year. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a screenshot of the official US ICH website where this report could previously be found, accessed on September 9th, 2021, which reads 404, page not found. Sorry, the page you are looking for does not exist.
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you. Both of those are now in the record so that at least in our committee, so that the American people can see this report and see that this administration removed that report from public access. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. And my amendment, by the way, it says if you don't like alternative approaches to housing first, you're not voting for those alternative approaches with this amendment. All you're voting for is for the American people to have access to the report. That's all you're voting for. This shouldn't be a controversial issue. This is about if any member is convinced that housing first is the best policy, then why would you be afraid to allow this information to be out there? Why would you be afraid of allowing the American people to see what the data actually says about housing first? And for that reason, I would urge all of my
time has expired.
To support this amendment and yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for 2 minutes. Who seeks recognition?
Emmer has to strike the last word.
Mr. Emmer is now recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The data has come in. U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness reported that the government's exclusive reliance on the Housing First model is ineffective. It obviously would come as no surprise that after Biden took office, the administration attempted to hide the findings that prove its ineffectiveness by removing this report that my colleague, Mr. Barr, is referring to and has entered into the record from the council's website. The Democrats are certainly not new to glossing over information that points to inefficiencies in government. But regardless, the facts are out there. The underlying bill here allocates $5 million to the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. Why should they be able to censor information and spend money like the facts don't exist? I'm proud to support Congressman Barr's amendment to require the director of the council to restore public access of all reports previously published on their website before they can spend any money appropriated in this bill. We must be appropriate stewards with taxpayer dollars. Remember, this is not our money. This is money that we're entrusted to oversee and make sure that it's not wasted, abused, or stolen. And we need to make sure that any government action is actually backed up by facts and evidence. And with that, Madam Chair, I would yield my remaining time back to the author if he so chooses to use it.
I thank my friend from Minnesota for his support. And again, just to emphasize the point here, regardless of your position on housing first, all my amendment would do is allow the American people to look at the report that shows the data that housing first has been ineffective. If you are of a different opinion, if you are committed to housing first, if you think housing first is a better model, then what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of to have this report out there so that the American people can make up their own minds? And persuade them, persuade me, persuade Mr. Emmer, persuade us that your approach works. You know, in this committee for many, many years, I've not been advocating to do away with housing first models, even though I don't think they work as well. I've just been simply advocating for having choices and alternatives and having different strategies to combat homelessness. Clearly, we haven't defeated homelessness in this country. What are we afraid of? Why don't we try new and innovative strategies and let not-for-profit organizations, faith-based organizations do things that work for them and their homeless population? So again, this is really just simply allowing the public to have access to information that undermines the credibility of the housing first model and shows that in most contexts, it is not an effective strategy to reduce homelessness. And with that, I urge my colleagues,
Mr. Barr,
this measure. And yes, who's seeking?
I think it's my time, Mr. Barr. If you yield back to me, I'll yield back to Mr. Emmer from Arkansas.
I appreciate my friend from Minnesota, and I really appreciate Mr. Barr's amendment. I just want to quickly add my support because we've had so many of these good discussions over the past few years in the committee. And like Mr. Barr, I'm not against housing first per se, but this data is important. And I will say, in my work as ranking member on housing, from New York City advocates, faith-based and not faith-based, to Los Angeles advocates and workers with the homeless, faith-based and not faith-based, and right here in Little Rock, Arkansas, universally, people want optionality because so many of those facing homelessness must have those wraparound services. So I thank my friend for trying to get this data so our committee can understand it, and I yield back to my friend from Minnesota.
And I yield back the balance of my time, Madam Chair.
Is there further debate on this
Madam
amendment?
Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition?
Rose from
Identify yourself.
Tennessee.
Gentleman is now recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
I support my friend from Kentucky's amendment. I find it extremely disturbing that the Biden administration has removed a report that they deem doesn't fit their narrative. To me, that shows that they know their current policies are ineffective. It only makes sense that we not allow the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness to spend any additional money on these flawed policies until that report is at the very least public again. Transparency is absolutely paramount. And if my colleague from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, would like, I'll yield him the remainder of my time.
I thank my friend from Tennessee, and I think he made the point well. I won't belabor the point. I will yield back to him and look forward to enjoying the support of many other colleagues.
Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Is there further debate on the amendment? Not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I find this amendment interesting because I do not recall my colleagues being concerned when the previous administration did what every administration does, and that is to remove the old plans and put forward their own. That's democracy. This amendment would require the USICH to make documents from a former administration publicly available online. If the member is interested in researching these documents from a failed administration, I would suggest he reach out to the U.S. National Archives. Although now Mr. Barr and the American public can also find these documents by reviewing the congressional record because Mr. Barr just inserted them into the record. So I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Is there further discussion? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
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 Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Who seeks recognition?
Rose from Tennessee. I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Madam Chair, this is Ed Perlmutter. Can I be recognized for a point of information? I'll just recognize myself. So Mr. Lucas knows that in science last week, it was about, we had 37 people voting. It was 5 minutes per vote from the beginning of the time the clerk read the vote. The vote was announced. This committee with about 50 of us.
Will the gentleman please wait until we get a distribution of the copies of the amendment electronically, and then we'll get back. Thank you.
Bottom line, it's 8 seconds per person per vote.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Madam Chair, my amendment is a simple one. It would require an annual inspection of every public housing unit to ensure that properties are safe, decent, and sanitary. According to a report from GAO in 2019, quote, false certifications by some public housing authorities that their properties comply with HUD's lead paint regulations continue to be a problem, unquote. This was certainly the case at New York City Housing Authority, as the management there purposefully misled federal inspectors, putting their residents in harm's way in the process. Over the past 15 years, GAO has made dozens of recommendations to HUD outlining how to improve their inspection process. Unfortunately, few recommendations have actually been implemented. Congress must stop this from occurring. My amendment would put inspectors into each public housing unit annually in order to eliminate hazardous conditions in these properties once and for all. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair, Congressman Taylor from Texas.
Who seeks recognition?
Congressman Taylor from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to strike the last word in support of Congressman Rose's sensible amendment. I think this makes sense. We're spending tens of billions of dollars here, and we need to make sure that those dollars are actually going towards providing tenants with safe, non-hazardous, good living conditions. And this makes sure, this amendment is very simple, inspections, as we say in the Marine Corps, you get what you inspect, not what you expect. This is making sure we're going to get what the taxpayer is asking for, which is safe, habitable living conditions. And I think this goes a long way towards providing basic guidance in statute to protect tenants. I think that ultimately this is a pro-tenant amendment. And again, I think that as we go through this process, regular order is a good thing. Having these amendments and opportunities to improve and perfect bills, regardless of where the idea may come from, I think is thoughtful. And I appreciate Congressman Rose's efforts to improve this bill. And with that, Congressman Rose, would you like some additional time?
Thank you, but I'll leave that time to the speaker.
Okay. All right. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's worth noting that public housing is subject to annual inspections, FOSS inspections, and there may be no public housing authority in the country that faces more scrutiny and oversight than the New York City Housing Authority. It has a federal monitor. It has the Department of Investigations. It has oversight from the New York City Council and from the state legislature. It has oversight from the State Housing Agency. It has oversight from the HUD Inspector General. The core problem in public housing is not a lack of inspection. I've never seen an inspection that has replaced bricks and boilers and roofs that need to be replaced. The problem in public housing is a lack of funding. And when you underfund any form of housing, whether it's run in the public sector or private sector, conditions will worsen, management will worsen. And that's the core issue. So I see this amendment as a distraction from the fundamental issue of disinvestment from public housing. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
Oh,
A recorded vote is requested.
Yes, recorded vote requested.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, I have another amendment at the desk.
Who seeks recognition?
Rose from Tennessee. I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Rose.
Reading of the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Madam Chair, our housing system is broken. According to a report by the Shriver Center on Poverty Law, 70% of EPA Superfund sites are within 1 mile of public housing. Yet the legislation before us continues this broken system. The bill spends more than $75 billion in capital repair funding for public housing. That capital funding might ensure that leaky roofs are patched, elevators are fixed, or heaters are working, but it does nothing to fix public housing's broken model. What's the point of slapping a new coat of paint on a unit if the air residents breathe is toxic? My amendment would require HUD to conduct an environmental review of every public housing property to specifically look for serious environmental contaminants. We can do better for our low-income households than jamming them all together in a single building in the poor part of town on toxic land. The funding in this legislation isn't going to fix the system's problems. It simply puts a patch on a broken system, mostly in New York, which has mismanaged New York City Housing Authority into roughly $40 billion in capital funding needs alone. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Yes.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan. Budget reconciliation. In section 4009.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. HUD's Moving to Work, or MTW as it's known, the program has been a bipartisan success story. It gives public housing agencies the flexibility to experiment with different policy changes in the hopes of finding better outcomes for its tenants. I think and hope that is the goal that we all have. A great example of this housing authority is from San Bernardino, California. I know the chair has sometimes expressed concern of my beating up on California. I want to celebrate San Bernardino and what has gone on. They are an MTW agency, and that has a goal of encouraging residents to become more economically independent. San Bernardino tested new methods of capping rent, creating escrow accounts that allowed tenants to save, which I think, again, all of us hopefully agree that is a good thing. These changes allowed San Bernardino to increase the average assisted household's income in their program by 31%. It also increased employment of folks by 20% and a decrease of unemployment by 26.5% within their residents. I truly believe this is an example of a public housing authority that's doing the right things for their residents.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the legislation before us today, as I read it and understand it, would constrict the ability of an MTW agency to use additional voucher funding in this way. Earlier, the gentleman from New York was talking about cutting off housing funding. That certainly is not what we are debating today. We're talking about additional funding. And if the majority is going to move ahead with spending this money, I am respectfully requesting that it also reward those who have been thinking differently and have found success with this MTW program and these agencies. Again, I don't want to constrict the ability of these agencies to use additional voucher funding in this way. So we should be encouraging more of these types of programs, I would think, shouldn't we? So my amendment would ensure that these moving to work programs and agencies, that the rental assistance funding in this bill can be used by these agencies for this transformative programs as long as it's currently allowed under HUD regulation. So let's be clear. We're not creating a new program. We're not even granting additional flexibility, as some of us might argue maybe should happen. This doesn't do that. It just simply says it would allow these MTW agencies to continue using the flexibilities that they already have, and they would then qualify for additional fundings. So I believe this is a common sense amendment on a bipartisan topic. And I hope that my colleagues on the other side would see it as a good faith effort to make sure that tenants from any and all areas of the country and different sizes of housing authorities, that they actually see the benefit of this. And I respectfully ask and urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment would allow public housing authorities to take money from desperately needed vouchers and funnel it to cover operations and other activities that don't directly assist low-income families. Doing so does nothing to address the more than 5 million people who qualify for vouchers, but because Congress has not provided sufficient funding, continue to wait. This bill provides a long overdue investment of $75 billion for tenant-based vouchers, which the Center on Budget Priorities and Priorities estimates will create up to 1.1 million new vouchers. This amendment, however, would not address this important housing need, so I urge all members to oppose this amendment And I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio.
Mr. Gonzalez seeks recognition for, you're recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will yield to my friend, Mr. Huizinga.
I appreciate my colleague from Ohio and giving me a moment just to address, I think, this important point that the chair was bringing up. I don't think this is intentional. I think it may be a misunderstanding of what I'm trying to do here. But here is the amendment, folks. You can see it on camera. It's this long. This is not that complicated. What I am doing in section 40009B, we are going to strike paragraph 4 and insert the following, and I quote, moving to work agencies. A public housing agency designated as a moving to work agency shall be eligible for an allocation under this section and may use such amounts for the activities listed in subsections A1 through A7 for which the funds were provided to such agency, or, notwithstanding the provisions of subsection A, for any eligible expenses allowed the agency pursuant to its moving to work designation. This is not taking money away from anybody. Again, this is an additional pool of money that is going in to these agencies. For whatever reason, I would hope it was maybe an oversight by the majority. They excluded these moving to work agencies. And it makes sense to me that we would include those that have been most innovative and have seen some of the greatest benefits for their residents to be eligible and qualify for this funding as well. So that's what my amendment does. I hope the majority would see its way clear to seeing that this is simply an amendment to improve your spending proposal. So with that, I'll yield back to the gentleman.
And I yield back. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Yes.
no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
For what purpose? Does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the problems inherent in our public housing model is that it prevents low-income individuals from ever really breaking the cycle of poverty in many ways. It prevents low-income individuals from gaining equity, specifically in their homes. Similarly, it prevents residents from ever really being able to save. If a household experiences a rise in income, their rent rises accordingly. So how can we expect families to save for a move, for education, or for security deposit on a private market unit if they experience an increase in their rent every time their income rises? My amendment would make sure that we are prioritizing assistance under the newly created down payment assistance program under this legislation for individuals who have been stuck in public housing and have not been able to grow any sort of equity. Specifically, assistance under my amendment would be targeted to individuals who have been in public housing for more than 10 years. So this change in our model would make an immediate difference for those families who reside in public housing across the country. Instead of multiple generations of a family growing up in a public housing unit, they would be able to grow and pass down intergenerational wealth to their children, which is the goal of the amendment. This is the type of change that I hope we would all support, assisting low-income households to build equity and pass down wealth to their children. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment to change the status quo and help Americans build equity and break the vicious cycle of poverty. I yield back my time.
Does the gentleman yield back? Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair, Timmons from South Carolina moves to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word. South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great amendment that my good friend from Ohio has introduced. I don't think anyone here today could say with a straight face that the way we have approached public housing in this country has been anywhere near successful. Far too often, tenants who make use of public housing, which should be temporary social safety net for struggling Americans, they get stuck. Much of this is because under our current system, when public housing tenants' income increases, their rent automatically increases. How can anyone ever hope to get ahead in such an arrangement? This amendment is simple. It would prioritize eligibility for the down payment assistance program for individuals who have been stuck in public housing for over 10 years. Let's break the cycle of generations of families being confined to public housing by helping these folks own their own homes. We know homeownership is often the key to escaping poverty and will enable low to moderate income individuals to accrue wealth for themselves and pass it along to their children. The goal for public housing should never be to stay there. This amendment will help transition people out of public housing and into homeownership and financial independence. I just applaud my colleague for his good work on this, and I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment appears to give a priority to public housing residents by providing them with down payment assistance. However, this amendment actually says that a public housing resident under this section is only allowed to receive $20,000 maximum. There are very few places where a $20,000 down payment could purchase a home, and there is a lack of financing for those homes. However, the underlying bill already provides mortgage-ready public housing residents who are the first in their family to purchase a home with at least $20,000 or 10% of the purchase price of the home. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The
Madam
question
Chair,
now,
Madam Chair, would
who
you
seeks recognition?
Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio? Would you yield just one quick point on the 20,000? So just to state that the 20,000 number.
I have not yielded.
Okay. If a member would like to
It's
yield
out of
time, that would
order.
be helpful.
Thank you. If there's,
Hill moves to strike the last word.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of
Mr.
order. The
Hills,
question now
Mr.
occurs on the
Hills
amendment.
moves to strike the
All
last
those
word.
in favor of the amendment say
Mr. Hill
aye.
moves to
Mr.
strike
Hill's
the
striking
last
the
word.
last word.
The gentleman from Arizona, from Arkansas, Mr. Hill is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, my chairman, and I know my chairman knows that I'm not from Arizona because she and I have had this long discussion many times before, and God bless you. Thanks for deferring to me. I'd like to yield some time to my friend from Ohio to continue this discussion. I thank my friend for it. Let me yield to him.
Thank you to my friend from great state of Arkansas, Mr. Hill. Great win by the Razorbacks this weekend. So, Madam Chair, you mentioned the 20,000 number, and I agree. $20,000 is insufficient for most families when it comes to meaningful down payment assistance. I would like to draw your attention to your bill, page 97. I got that number directly from your bill. So, section 2 on that page, I'll just read it. Amount and layering of assistance under this section, and B, may not exceed the greater of $20,000 or 10% of the purchase price. So that language came directly out of your bill. So that's why the 20,000 number. If you don't like the 20,000 number, happy to entertain a different number. But the 20,000, the reason we had it in there that way is because it just came directly out of your bill. We thought that would be the most straightforward. With that, I yield back to my friend from Arkansas.
I thank my friend and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Whom does it? Mr. Hill?
I yielded back.
Mr. Hill yields back the balance of his time. Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to push back against the narrative of public housing as a failure. It certainly has not been a failure to me. I would not be in the United States Congress were it not for public housing and the stability it gave me and my family. And there are people like Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the former CEO of Goldman Sachs, Lloyd Blankfeld, and Whoopi Goldberg, who are all products of public housing. In New York City, the largest employer of public housing residents includes the Department of Education, the MTA, the NYPD. Public housing has provided housing stability to the public workforce upon which all of us depend, especially in times of emergency like COVID-19. And in New York City, most of the people who live in public housing would be homeless without it because of the cost of market rate housing. And so public housing has been successful and effective at preventing homelessness on a catastrophic scale, on the scale of hundreds and thousands of people. So the reality of public housing, the story of public housing is far more nuanced and far more complicated than the caricature that I've heard from a number of my colleagues on this committee. And that's the extent of my remarks. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Those opposed, no. No?
No.
No?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed
Request
to.
a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, Timmons of South Carolina.
The gentleman from South Carolina is
Madam
recognized
Chair,
for 5 minutes to strike the last
Madam
word.
Chair. Oh, no, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. I'm sorry.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for the distribution of the amendment, I'd like to inform you that we will have a break at 4 o'clock for 1 hour from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., where members may take the opportunity to have dinner or to rest, whatever. Thank you.
Serious violations of housing standards. Hard assistance. Possession. Without payments to pay for utilities and other services that are responsible.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina. Budget reconciliation.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our nation's public housing system has forced low-income residents into substandard and often life-threatening housing for many years. We only have to look at New York City to see this model creates unsafe conditions for residents. For decades, the New York City Housing Authority had been falsifying lead reports, failing to inspect units, and leaving buildings without heat during the winter. The wait time for routine maintenance issues often lasted years, not days. This isn't a funding problem. This is a management problem. My amendment would give the same rights to public housing residents that private market renters have in states across the country. If a public housing resident has a health and safety issue plaguing their unit that is going unfixed, my amendment would allow them to withhold their rental contribution until the unit is brought up to the standard. Many states allow renters in the private market to do this as a way to force property owners to make needed repairs. I believe residents of public housing should have the same right. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back the balance of his time.
Emmer
Is there
seeks to
further
strike the
debate on
last
the
word.
amendment?
Emmer seeks to
Who
strike
seeks
the last word.
recognition?
Emmer, Minnesota.
Thank you. The gentleman, Mr. Emmer, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point I'd like to make in support of Congressman Timmons' amendment is simple. Local governments overseeing public housing units must hold up their end of the lease agreement. No renter, no matter their income, should have to live in a substandard home with unsafe living conditions because their landlord isn't promptly addressing these issues. Cities like New York, for example, that we've talked about a lot today, have been falsifying reports on public housing unit inspections and wait times, leaving renters with unsafe units that are dangerous to live in. If a public housing resident has a health and safety issue in their unit that is going unfixed, they should be able to withhold their rent until it's appropriately addressed. In this respect, public housing residents should have these same health and safety rights that private market renters across the country already have. I'm proud to support Congressman Timmons' amendment to protect our public housing residents and to make sure the local governments that oversee these units are doing their jobs and providing these Americans with a safe place to live. And my friend, Mr. Timmons, if you'd like the balance of my time, let me know.
Madam Chair.
I yield to Mr. Timmons.
Who seeks Mr. Timmons yields to.
Thank you, my friend. I'll yield back. I'll yield back to you. I have no further comments. This seems like a very straightforward amendment.
I yield the balance of my time, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Madam Chair, I rise to strike the last word and just to say and ask the question, where were the Republicans when President Trump zeroed out capital funding and operating subsidies for public housing in this country? When did you care about public housing and the disrepair and the neglect that have existed for so long? So this is another distraction to slow down access to capital that is so important for public housing authorities across the country. I yield back, and we should oppose this amendment and see it for what it is. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. I now recognize.
I move to strike the last word.
Mr. Gonzalez
Yes, ma'am.
is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just quickly, I mean, in response to what we just heard, so it's either a good idea or a bad idea to support this amendment. I think it's a great idea. I thank my friend from South Carolina for his thoughtful amendment. That seems like an amendment my friends on the other side of the aisle should support. If a landlord is not holding up their end of the bargain, they're creating unsafe living conditions, why wouldn't we give renters the same rights that happen in the private market? Why wouldn't we do that? Why wouldn't we want to protect renters? To just reflexively attack Donald Trump, who's no longer president, is frankly irrelevant to this discussion right now. You either support this sort of policy or you don't. I do. I think in too many instances we've seen Americans living in public housing face these unsafe living conditions. Talked about New York, of course, but it happens across the country. And it's unacceptable. And I think that it's something that everybody would support. We have issues with lead paint in my neck of the woods in the Cleveland area. And, again, it's just about equal treatment. And I would hope that at some point, I don't know when we'll get past this in our politics, but I would hope at some point that my Democratic colleagues would just evaluate arguments on their face and not reflexively attack Donald Trump or Republicans. It just sort of mind-numbing. Whatever month this is, we're 9 months into a new presidency. Mr. Timmons' amendment, I think, is a great amendment. It would allow renters in public housing units to withhold rental payments if public housing agencies do not take serious their responsibility to keep their residents safe. Seems basic and very straightforward. Hope my colleagues will support it or come up with an argument that is not just reflexively attacking Donald Trump, who I've made my thoughts very well known on. So with that, I yield back.
Is there further debate? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank Mr. Timmons for his support of provisions from Ms. Presley's bill, the Tenant Protection Act, and I would urge him to immediately co-sponsor her bill. Unfortunately, in this case, Mr. Timmons' amendment would not withhold the amount of rent of the individual unit that was in default, but instead, without the entire amount of funding of the PHA receives under the bill. This would deprive the PHA of the resources it needs to correct any violations. Members, let me just say, I've been working on public housing issues ever since I've been, well, but even before I was in the Congress of the United States. Worked in public housing, working with young people, helped to redirect gang members, created job programs. Of course, was raised in St. Louis, where after I was gone, part of my family lived in public housing. I know a lot about public housing. I've never heard Republicans support any increase in funds for public housing. I've never heard them care about whether or not we needed capital improvements in public housing. I've never heard them talk about the desire to have tenants withhold money because the living conditions were not what they should be. I've heard most of the time Republicans talk about spending too much money, and basically they've described it as people who don't deserve it. And so I am surprised, and I'm wondering, would the Republicans on this committee take this time to politicize the work that we're attempting to do in housing is infrastructure that they do not support, and use this as a political talking point and disregard the needs of people in public housing that we're trying to address and deal with their concerns and their problems. So I'm a bit offended by this, but anyhow, let me just go on and ask, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Chairman, I seek
on the
time.
amendment?
Madam
My
Chairman,
time has, I've yielded back my time already. Who seeks recognition, by the way?
Madam Chairman, Pete Sessions requests time.
Okay, I'm sorry, the gentleman from Texas,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Sessions,
Thank you
is
very much.
recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairwoman, in fact, I believe history would prove that some of your statements might be somewhat misleading. The reason why I say that is because one of the biggest debates that took place in 1998 when Secretary Como was the head of HUD, we engaged in a debate that was fresh off discussions that Jack Kemp had about the importance of public housing. Soon to be a man, Alphonso Jackson, who was from Dallas, Texas, and was going to then become, under President George W. Bush, as head of housing for the president, led discussions not only with Republicans, but the public about the plight of people who lived in St. Louis, Missouri, as Secretary Kemp talked about, where he talked about rights being given to people who were in public housing, where he talked about how many people who were in public housing needed assistance and help within the law for them to have standing and footing against people, mostly the federal government at that time, and how important it was. And it was Republicans who also were a part of this debate and discussion. It was Republicans and myself who took on some of the viewpoints that those who lived in public housing could not and would not be, there would be no requirement for them to have to work within the associations where they might make a contribution, people who chose to do it, not women with children, not those with a disability, but those who would choose and have choice to do that and want to be counted. And we had testimony that Republicans brought when Jim Leach was chairman of the committee, and Rick Lazio as the ranking member for housing. I sat on that subcommittee, and I remember the vigorous opportunities that we had to talk about the people and stand up for them. And Madam Chairwoman, it really was a bipartisan issue because Secretary Como said he agreed with us and was a part of doing that. So I really, it's true, I've not been day to day on the committee for a while, but it's certainly not within our mindscape to remember that Republicans, led by Jack Kemp, led by Jim Leach, led by Rick Lazio, led by others who went to St. Louis, who listened to people, who with great understanding and of how important helping disabled people and those who wanted a better life and to have a safe harbor in their own homes. So, Madam Chairwoman, sorry, I just want to rekindle some of the thoughts for the members who were not on the committee then, to remember.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will. I've got a minute, 13 seconds left, and I would absolutely, my dear friend, and I would yield back and to her, and if she'd like to engage me, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you very much. Is the gentleman yielding?
I want to yield to you, Chairwoman.
If the gentleman yields, I'd like to ask him, when you were in St. Louis, did you visit Pruitt-Igoe? Did you visit the barn? Did you visit Core Square Village? Do you know what happened in all of those housing projects? Did you ever support additional funds for them? Did you ever support additional capital repairs for Pruitt-Igoe before they tore it down?
I appreciate the gentlewoman engaged me. We were somewhere near the arch, slightly south and then slightly west is what I remember. I remember that Secretary Kemp held a roundtable where he actually engaged people and let them talk. And that is what we tried to be a part of. And so my point is, Madam Chairwoman, I believe we do care about this, and I want to be on record to let you know I am a Republican and I care.
Thank you very much. Does the gentleman yield back?
I do yield back and thank the gentlewoman very much.
Thank you very much. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no?
No.
No? In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the noes have it, and the amendment is...
Request a recorded vote.
The amendment is not agreed to. Well, a recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Thank you very much. The committee will stand in recess for 1 hour. We will reconvene at 5:15 p.m. and complete debate on all remaining amendments at that time. The committee stands in recess. come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at
Mr.
the desk.
Zeldin?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
He's muted. Tell him he's muted. Tell him he's
You may be muted, Mr. Zeldin.
I am not muted. You can't hear me.
I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to preserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Zeldin of New York. Budget reconciliation.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is simple, but would lead to profound benefits for households across the country that are required to purchase flood insurance, like many of my constituents on Long Island. My amendment would take $37 billion in funding from the majority's legislation and deposit it with the National Flood Insurance Program's reserve fund. Of those funds, $12 billion would immediately be set aside to pay claims for Hurricane Ida, instead of the NFIP taking on new debt. My district and many other districts on this committee saw intense flooding and damage from the storm. It makes no sense for the majority to forgive the NFIP's debt in this legislation if the debt will immediately pile back up again to pay Ida claims. The amendment dedicates another $10 billion to serve as a standalone fund for the NFIP to purchase private reinsurance, allowing FEMA to make better long-term risk management decisions and protecting taxpayers from catastrophic flood risk. The remaining funds would be left in the NFIP's reserve fund. This is important since it raises the NFIP's reserve ratio of funds in the account to above the 1% requirement established. This matters because under current law, in a year in which the NFIP has less than the 1% of all loss exposure in its reserve fund, FEMA is required to charge all policyholders a set annual fee in addition to their premiums to help fill up the fund. With my amendment, the reserve fund would surpass its statutory funding level, and FEMA would no longer be required to charge the annual reserve fund assessment on all policyholders. Adopting this amendment could result in an 18% reduction on next year's flood insurance bills for every single household that purchases flood insurance in the country. For the average New Yorker, that could mean savings of $185 per year on flood insurance, or $167 in average annual savings for policyholders from New Jersey, $146 for North Carolina, $134 for California, $120 for Louisiana, $102 for Texas, $94 for Florida, and $219 for those from Connecticut. The majority has spoken at length about the need for affordability in the program. This is their opportunity to reduce every single household's rates by almost 20% in one fell swoop. Unlike much of the wasteful spending in this legislation, my amendment would have a massive impact on flood insurance bills for families across the nation. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Hill of Arkansas, strike the last word.
Sherman of California, strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word. Oh, who was this?
Which one, Madam Chair?
Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you. I'm not sure that the gentleman's amendment is necessary. I have a few brief comments about other aspects of the bill, and they may not be directly on point, but at least they'll be brief. I think it's important for housing affordability that we not see fees charged by Fannie and Freddie in effect become a home buyer's tax to support general revenue. Without objection, I'd like to submit for the record a letter I received today from the National Association of Realtors expressing concern that there are recent legislative proposals, not the bill we're dealing with today, which would try to raise new revenue by increasing the guarantee fees charged by Fannie and Freddie. As you know, these fees are passed on to home buyers and homeowners and affect 70% of the single-family home mortgage market. I want to commend the chair and everyone involved in the legislation before us today for not using the G fee as an element of revenue for this proposal. And I think that our committee needs to be vigilant to ensure that the government-sponsored enterprise guarantee fees do not become kind of a piggy bank for everything anybody wants to finance. I look forward to hearing further debate on this amendment in the bill. And
Thank you.
Bill moves to strike the last word.
Oh, and I assume that the document will be made part of the record.
Who seeks recognition?
Hill of Arkansas.
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Chairman,
I had a submission for the record.
before we move on, Mr. Chairman, did you submit something to the record?
I did indeed. I asked unanimous consent for a letter for the National Association.
Without objection, such as it ought, I wanted to make sure we take care of that.
Good.
All right. Who seeks recognition?
Hill of Arkansas.
Mr. Hill from Arkansas is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do strike the last word. I want to compliment my friend from New York on his very smart and thoughtful amendment. You know, we have tried on a bipartisan basis with leadership from Chair Waters in the past Congress and Ranking Member McHenry to find our way to a series of serious reforms of our national flood program. And sadly, we've not been successful. I know that a majority of this committee supports that because we reported a bill in the last Congress unanimously, drafted by, again, Chair Waters and Ranking Member McHenry. So there is much constructive work to do on the National Flood Program to make it competitive and to open that market up and more affordable for homeowners and others, including remediation to reduce the long-term risks of flooding, both on the coasts and elsewhere. So I want to thank Mr. Zeldin, looking out for his constituents as he always does on Long Island, thinking about the lessons from Sandy, knowing of the recent damage from Ida. He proposes two splendid concrete things that I would hope we have bipartisan support for. In fact, I can't imagine we wouldn't. It really makes no sense. First, obviously, to set aside some dollars out of this massive bill right now for something that is a priority of the Congress, which is supporting the flood program in the face of Ida's most recent costs. This will have benefits all across the nation by lowering flood rates starting in the next year, a primary key issue. Secondly, my friend talks about one of the major reforms as advocated by our committee for the past 5 years, which is greater use of reinsurance, which has the benefit of offsetting taxpayer losses in this program. So I want to thank my friend from New York for looking out for his district on Long Island, but also looking out for the national taxpayer, looking out for ratepayers across the country, and supporting reform of a program that's sorely in need of it. And I'd like to yield to my friend in New York some time if he requires it.
Well, thank you, Congressman Hill, for your observations, your leadership, and your help. We would love to be able to work with more members of the committee here. Especially after we just got hit in the New York area by the remnants of Hurricane Ida. It hit our district hard. President Biden just signed an emergency declaration for 2 more counties here in New York. That was important for us. And long-term, the fiscal solvency, sustainability of the NFIP is something that we have a great opportunity to do something about right now. So I would encourage everybody to support this amendment. But thank you, Congressman Hill. Yield back.
I thank my friend from New York, and I yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Is there further debate on this amendment? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment would strike nearly $37 billion that has been allocated to fund housing for extremely low-income people, the poorest Americans among us, to fund reinsurance coverage at the National Flood Insurance Program, even though FEMA has never requested such funds. These cuts to the Housing Trust Fund would also be directed to pay for flood losses caused by Hurricane Ida. I would point out that I made it a priority in the bill to forgive the debt of the NFIP, which dated back to Hurricane Katrina and Superstorm Sandy. Notably, when Republicans were in charge, they refused to forgive this debt. The bill also includes $2 billion to support updates to FEMA's mapping, and an additional $1 billion to support NFIP affordability. So I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Is there further debate? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? No. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam
The
Chair,
noes have
request a
it.
recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Did we say, did we have a target? Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to preserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without
the committee
objection,
print.
the amendment could be dispensed
The
with.
gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Madam Chair, last month, my state was pummeled with over 17 inches of rain in just 24 hours. This led to flash flooding and ultimately the deaths of 22 Tennesseans. More recently, Hurricane Ida swept across much of the East Coast from Louisiana to New York, causing at least 82 deaths. The sad truth here is that many of these deaths were preventable if only homeowners had mitigated their properties to make them more flood resilient. But as we often hear, such mitigation efforts can sometimes be too expensive for some homeowners to tackle on their own. One of the strongest tools this committee has to deal with such events is FEMA's Flood Mitigation Assistance Program. FMA is a competitive grant program available for projects that reduce or eliminate the risk of repetitive flood damage to buildings insured by the National Flood Insurance Program. I was stunned while reading this bill that while the majority threw billions at several poorly run programs, not a single dollar went to protecting homes and communities from flooding through mitigation. The majority often talks about the need to deal with the effects of our changing climate, but when they finally have the opportunity to guard against it, they fail to allocate any funding at all to flood mitigation. The majority, my amendment would reallocate $10 billion in funding for grants to states, local communities, tribes, and territories through FEMA's FMA program. Often in this committee, we get caught up in the economic or financial benefits this program would have by preventing flooding. But I would like to remind my colleagues that these additional flood mitigation dollars would save lives. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Madam Chair, I yield back the remaining balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I will withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam
The
Chair, I
amendment
ask
is
for a
not
recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, Timmons from South Carolina has an amendment at the desk.
Who seeks recognition?
Timmons from South Carolina.
The gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
So we can say.
Okay. We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mrs. Wagner in the section heading for section 40201 after
Madam
first
Chair, I waive
generation.
reading.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Several of our federal housing programs establish special eligibility for certain professions or other particular types of individuals. My amendment would ensure this program is targeted toward any police officer, victim of domestic violence, veteran, or Afghan refugee. Members of Congress so often talk the talk about helping these individuals, but fail to walk the walk. Many, or even most, of my colleagues across the aisle say they do not indeed want to defund the police, so why not start by helping them with housing costs? With the massive amount of funding proposed in this bill, my colleagues across the aisle have an opportunity to step up here. Further, my amendment would ensure convicted felons do not receive any of these funds. If there are families who are struggling to save for a down payment, we should ensure that they have access to this program first. If we are to create a down payment assistance program that gives out free money to basically anyone who asks for it, those that put their lives at risk for us deserve first preference in receiving these funds. My amendment would do just that, and I urge its adoption. And Madam Chair, with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I will withdraw my point of order. At this time, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment by Ms. Wagner seeks to prohibit persons who use marijuana, even though it is legal in some form in a majority of states across the country, from accessing down payment assistance. This and the other restrictions are more restrictive than in the housing market. I've been a long advocate for criminal justice reform, and this amendment is completely contrary to these efforts. This amendment holds these borrowers to a higher standard just because they are first-generation homebuyers. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, again, I will withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, Congressman Taylor from Texas.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Taylor of Texas. Budget reconciliation. At the end of...
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have really substantial concerns about fraud with the down payment assistance program. I know that we all want to make sure that the programs that are created and run by the federal government don't have fraud. I'm a little concerned that the minimum to qualify is 140% of average median income, which seems very high to me, but that's not what this amendment is about. This amendment focuses on making sure that the self-reported income for a first-time home buyer is something that they actually attest to, and that they're held accountable if indeed they commit fraud. Right now, the way that I read this bill, it actually sets it up so that someone can, commit fraud and there are negligible, if any, consequences. So the bare minimum of paperwork that's required, I think, is irresponsible. And I think that we can improve this program further by making sure that there isn't fraud, which obviously threatens to invalidate the program and to make, threatens its very existence. So if you're voting against this amendment, you're voting against the bare minimum legal safeguards that I think you need to have in this program. The program in its current form is irresponsible, and I urge my colleagues to put this basic minimum level of oversight in this legislation. And with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there's no further debate on the amendment, I will withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair.
Yes, who seeks recognition?
requesting a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. There's a sufficient, let's see, a recorded vote has been, all in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There's a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. He said he reserved the balance at this time. What the hell is that? Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Hill of
Without
Arkansas.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, again, is in the name of reforming our longstanding housing programs and improving them and tying them back to the intent that Congress originally had. And it's an opportunity to obtain bipartisan support on another common sense housing reform idea. For years, the Federal Housing Administration has defined a, open quote, first-time home buyer, close quote, as someone who hasn't owned a home in the previous 3 years. So let that sink in. Now, if I owned a house and sold it 3 years ago, does anyone think I should qualify for federal subsidies as a first-time home buyer? Really? Well, this definition has no tie to reality, so it does share that theme with this entire measure. But here we go. My amendment would fix this by changing the definition of a first-time home buyer to someone who actually is purchasing a home for the first time. The first time. This would better target FHA and down payment programs to households who truly need government subsidies to buy a home and allow the private market to serve those who don't require those subsidies. This is another example of how poorly the federal government targets assistance to households who need it the most. With this amendment, we have a better chance to fix this, so I urge bipartisan support. Now, in the preparation of this amendment, I went to our state housing finance agency here in Arkansas and reviewed their first-time homebuyer assistance programs, the so-called down payment assistance programs, both using home funds as well as their mortgage pool, where they reinvest the profits from that pool and offer more down payment assistance. The bottom line, every Arkansan who has any possibility of needing down payment assistance and qualifies it based on their income can get it. So on top of that, we're already clearly doing a good job across this country offering down payment assistance. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. Let's actually help first-time home buyers and not repeat users of these government subsidies. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, Timmons from South Carolina moves to
Is
strike
there
the last
further
word.
debate? Who seeks recognition?
Timmons from South Carolina moves to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam
Strike the
Chairwoman.
last word.
I want to begin by really just agreeing with my colleague from Arkansas. I mean, it's a very thoughtful amendment, and I fully support it. But I actually wanted to address a previous comment regarding the first Wagner amendment. And I totally agree with the chairwoman that it would be inappropriate to deny felons that became felons because of marijuana, given the state of the law in this country and in different states around this country. Marijuana, the amendment was specifically drafted to avoid that. And that was not the intent. And I just want to make sure that that language is being looked at again. But I do not believe that the amendment that I spoke for earlier does in fact affect people that have become a felon due to marijuana. So I do believe that the First Amendment from Congresswoman Wagner is a great amendment, and I really urge my colleagues to consider supporting it. We need to help victims of domestic violence. We need to help veterans. We need to help law enforcement. And I believe with the amount of money that is being spent, prioritizing them would be an appropriate use of our taxpayer dollars. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I will yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment, on this amendment? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment by Mr. Hill would narrow the down payment assistance to require that both the home buyer and their spouse would have to be first-generation home buyers. Currently, the bill allows for a spouse to have owned a home provided it wasn't within the previous 3 years. By narrowing the bill in this way, Mr. Hill's amendment would deny assistance to individuals simply because of who they married. Let me remind the gentleman from Arkansas that the underlying provision of the bill is supported by civil rights organizations like the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights and the NAACP. And so I think there is a distinction here, and what it sounded as if Mr. Hill was saying was that anyone could qualify for first-time home buyer as long as they haven't owned a home in the last 3 years. And that is not what the bill does. The bill does what I just read, and that is a first-time home buyer could qualify if that first-time home buyer had never owned a home, and even if they married someone, they could qualify if that person they married had not owned a home in the last 3 years. And so that's a difference. Is there further debate? If not, I will withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
Madam
And
Chair,
the
I
amendment
ask
is
for a
not
recorded
agreed
vote.
to. A recorded
Madam
vote
Chair, I
has
ask for a
been
recorded
requested.
vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
I have a amendment at the desk. It's Hill of Arkansas.
The gentleman from Arkansas, as an amendment at the desk, we will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
I have an amendment at the desk. Madam Chair.
Oh, no, he's out of order.
We're waiting on
The amendment from Mr.
the amendment from the previous Mr. Hill. Yes, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill?
He said he's gonna have an amendment next, but we haven't finished.
Why, you dirty.
Okay, it's been distributed.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Hill of Arkansas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, in the subject of down payment assistance, we have another opportunity to reform the program to make very closely guarded funds more affordable and more effective for more people by narrowing the focus of the existing bill that's been proposed. One issue that we see over and over again in our government mortgage programs is that subsidies often fail to appropriately target truly first-time homebuyers, and instead can actually incentivize individuals to buy a more expensive home than they would without government assistance. That wasn't the intent of these important housing policies. We saw this before. Lessons learned back during the HUD policy of the Bill Clinton and George W. Bush administration at HUD. When large-scale down payment programs before the financial crisis ultimately failed and led to more families defaulting on their mortgage. My amendment would simply prohibit an individual who receives down payment grant under this program from receiving additional federal down payment assistance. First, this would ensure that double dipping across federal programs for additional down payment grants does not occur. That's good federal policy, smart federal policy. Secondly, it would add some level of good governance to this program, preventing households from inadvertently getting in over their heads on a mortgage that they can't afford. We have a responsibility to make sure our federal housing assistance is managed responsibly so that we don't end up unintentionally hurting families that we're trying to help or create a systemic housing finance crisis. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to adopt this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I will withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'd like to request a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, Andy Barr,
For what
Kentucky.
purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Let me see that.
Madam Chair, has the amendment been distributed?
Where did that number come from? Have all members received the amendment yet?
Yes.
If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Barr.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to certainly explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a relatively simple, straightforward, and common sense amendment. The reconciliation bill provides a full $37 billion to an additional funds, borrowed funds to the Housing Trust Fund for presumably for the creation and preservation of low-income housing. What this amendment is designed to do is to simply say for those funds that are going into the Housing Trust Fund, we want to make sure that that funding is not being used to create overly expensive units. This committee has discussed the high cost of construction of housing in states like New York and California many times, and frankly, the high cost of housing generally. It is unacceptable that it costs $750,000 to build a single quote unquote affordable apartment in San Francisco. And even more unbelievably, National Public Radio recently reported on the cost for the city of Los Angeles to set up a government-funded tent encampment in a parking lot. It costs more than $2,600 per tent per month to run. How is it possible that it costs so much to pitch a tent in an empty parking spot? This isn't sustainable, and it's always what happens when high-cost cities get to spend someone else's money. But instead of trying to fix these issues, the majority decided to throw away a few $100 billion of taxpayer funds to subsidize their way out of it. My amendment would put a $750,000 per unit cap on the cost it takes to build new housing with Housing Trust Fund dollars. This will ensure funding from this program is used responsibly so we can build the most possible units with these funds. And make sure that this money is targeted for affordable units, not super expensive units. I'm afraid that if we don't establish some type of guardrails on this program, the cost to build housing with these funds will creep upwards until it's out of control nationwide, like it is in California and New York. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and just in conclusion, here's why. Any member of Congress who votes against this amendment is voting to subsidize the construction of units, apartment units that cost $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million, and no limit above that. This is a simple amendment to cap the per unit cost. If we're truly focusing this on affordable housing, for goodness sakes, let's not allow hard-earned taxpayers to be subsidizing $1 million and $2 million apartments. With that, Madam Speaker, I'll yield back the balance of my time, and I'm obviously open to a dialogue with any of my colleagues who have a question about my efforts to target for affordable housing.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. It is myth that it costs $1 million on the average to develop each housing trust fund unit. According to HUD, the average cost per unit of completed housing trust fund projects is $113,522, an amount on par with or less than the market rate. This incorrect claim advanced by my colleague is based on a misunderstanding from a March 1st, 2021 Housing Trust Fund National Production Report. That report showed that $91 million on Housing Trust Fund resources were used to leverage a total development cost of $882 million. This figure represented the total development cost of all projects, even if only a small fraction of the units built or preserved were identified as Housing Trust Fund units. It does not represent the total development cost of Housing Trust Fund units. The National Low Income Housing Coalition brought the misleading terminology to HUD's attention. HUD agreed with the National Low Income Housing Organization's interpretation of the data and indicated that it would clarify the terminology in the future. So I urge all members to oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Chair. I strike the
The
list.
gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And I wanted to offer some time to my friend, Mr. Barr, to explain sort of his calculations and his take on it. Frankly, even if it's half of what he is saying, a quarter of what he is saying, it seems quite out of line. But with that, I'm happy to yield to my friend from Kentucky for some dialogue.
Sure, I'll be very brief, and I appreciate my friend from Michigan for yielding. If that's correct, that the average cost is $113,000, then every member should have no problem supporting my amendment, which simply places a reasonable per unit cost of $750,000. If we don't have a per unit cost limitation, some basic guardrails, then that opens the door for the possibility that this program, this new $37 billion, could be used to subsidize units that are certainly not about affordable housing. They're about expensive housing, and it'll drive up the cost. So look, bottom line, if you think that the average cost for these housing trust fund dollars only goes for about $113,000 units, then you should have no problem supporting this very, very generous cap of $750,000. And with that, I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
I had a little bit of time left, Madam Chair, but I'm willing to yield that back. I just wanted to support my friend from Kentucky and agree with him. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I will withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Those opposed, no.
Aye.
Aye. No.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of our amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam Chair. I
Posey?
have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
This is number 8 since the break.
8 out of 20. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Posey of Florida. Budget reconciliation.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier this summer, Ranking Member McHenry sent a letter to the GAO requesting an audit of the Housing Trust Fund. It's beyond comprehension that a program intended to build affordable housing that has received almost $2 billion over a little more than a decade has built fewer than 500 new units since its inception. This legislation before us today would add about $35 billion to the program. My amendment would just simply cap administrative costs for this program at 1% of the total program cost. We need to rein in extraneous costs to ensure that funds from these programs are actually used to build affordable housing. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield back to balance my time. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not
Madam
agreed
Chair,
to.
recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chairman, this is Perlmutter. Can I make a parliamentary inquiry, please?
The gentleman is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
How many more amendments do we have?
Sit tight, you just never know.
That's okay. The chair rules that it is a parliamentary, adequate, appropriate rule. And so I don't know how many more are left. We'll just continue until we finish.
Thank you.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment at the desk.
Okay, we will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Posey of Florida.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters. Yeah, it's critical that federal programs are run efficiently and effectively. Over the last 10 years and $2 billion later, the Housing Trust Fund has accounted for fewer than 500 new affordable housing units built. What happened? Where'd the money go? Why aren't more units being built? No one seems to be able to answer that. My amendment would audit the program to make sure it's being run effectively. The legislation before us will spend about another $35 billion on this program, and I think we have a responsibility to ensure that the money isn't wasted. I think it's a common sense amendment and hopefully not viewed as a partisan one, and urge support for it. Thank you. Go back to balance my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
This is Hill of Arkansas. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. To
Move to
strike the last word.
I thank the chairwoman. I want to thank my friend from Florida on this amendment. It's just staggering, really, as you listen to the discussion from the gentleman from Kentucky and Florida about such an important project, fund that's enormous, and yet no one seems to find that unusual that $2 billion has been spent and 500 units are shown to be accounted for. Point one. Point two is, again, as I said this morning, Democrats insisted in the CARES Act debate on vigorous oversight, and we got special GAO studies of all the programs where money was being added into significant manners. We got a council of IGs. We got a special treasury IG. We got an oversight commission on which I have been serving. We got the chairman from South Carolina conducting oversight in a special select committee appointed by the speaker. And yet all day today, when it comes to higher auditing standards, reducing fraud, asking tough questions, making sure that we have the right kind of oversight of these important federal programs, if for no other reason, simply to demonstrate to taxpayers that members of the House and Senate are concerned about oversight, we get just no engagement, no recognition that that's an important function. So I want to thank my friend from Florida to talk about the Housing Trust Fund in this way, when we're absolutely listening to a proposal to increase a $2 billion program by $35 billion. When we have all kinds of other programs in this bill that address home construction, from the home program to the CDBG program to the incentives to build new housing and produce more mortgages for first-time home buyers. So I thank my friend, and I yield to him if he wants more time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment supposedly adds new oversight authorities for the Inspector General or IG. However, the bill already includes funding for the IG, and the IG already has its authority both in the IG's existing mandate and in authorities under the bill. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote
Yes, ma'am.
is requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the
Who
desk.
seeks recognition?
Congresswoman
The
Anna Wagner.
gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Madam Chair, Congressman Taylor from Texas.
Madam Chair,
Waiting for the copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, could I inquire as to your intent, whether we're going to be voting tonight or we're going to be voting tomorrow?
We're going to try and finish the amendments tonight. And when we come in tomorrow, we will be taking the vote going forward with the rest of the bill. I don't think we're going to take the votes tonight, probably tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Madam Chair, are we distributed?
We're waiting for them to notify us that the amendments have been distributed electronically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mrs. Wagner of Missouri. Page 141.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment. Ms. Wagner, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My amendment is very simple. Thank you. Madam Chair, can you hear me? My amendment is
We
very
did not
simple.
hear you.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
You're muted. Yes, I can hear you now.
Internet connection.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It sounds as if you have a technical difficulty here.
My amendment
Oh, he's going to do what? I'm sorry, Ms. Wagner. I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. Okay.
Yeah, I'll move to strike the last word while Ms. Wagner.
The gentleman moves to strike. The gentleman from, where's he from? Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I commend my colleague, Ms. Wagner. I regret that looks like you're having internet issues, but
vulnerable Afghan citizens are women business owners.
look, I think this is a pretty straightforward amendment. Since August 15th, we've all watched the unspeakable events unfolding in Afghanistan. And many of those vulnerable Afghan citizens are Afghan women, business owners, entrepreneurs, who are educated and trained in the United States specifically to start businesses in Afghanistan. What many don't realize is that over the past 20 years, several NGOs, such as the International Economic Empowerment for Women organization or the U.S. Afghan Women's Business Council, were started specifically to support women-owned businesses in Afghanistan. And so, these organizations have spent precious time and resources bringing these would-be entrepreneurs to the U.S. To learn how to make their businesses successful. Now these same female entrepreneurs, educated and trained, and who have successfully started and run businesses in Afghanistan over the last 2 decades, are vulnerable to the Taliban and are trying to evacuate en masse. The administration says they're able to. I know firsthand that's not necessarily true, but we'll leave that for another day. My amendment ensures that, or Ms. Wagner's amendment, excuse me, ensures that these Afghan women and the NGOs that support them have access to the MBDA grants made available by this bill to continue their business in the United States. As we think about expanding underrepresented communities and vulnerable communities, we must think about the Afghan refugees as they restart their lives. We have to continue to support these women. And it can't just be words. We actually have to do something about that. These women have the skill sets that will contribute to our communities and support the U.S. economy. Grants to start and grow their businesses is a strong first step in assisting them to acclimate to their new life. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Wagner's amendment. I thank her for it, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair, can you hear me now? I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady moves to strike the last word. Recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairwoman, and I thank my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, for helping me through the technical difficulties here. It is so important that we help these vulnerable women and these female entrepreneurs who we educated and trained in the United States of America. The NGOs that support them, we must make sure that they have access to the Minority Business Development Agency grants, and that are contained here in this amendment, so they can continue their business in the United States. I hope we can continue to support these women in a bipartisan fashion. And I urge my
Does the gentlelady yield? Did you yield back already? Is, all right, is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I will withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment, and we are prepared to accept the amendment. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Who seeks recognition?
Loudermilk of Georgia.
Gentleman is recognized for a point of order.
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Madam Chair, I ask that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is simple, and it would include access to credit from fintech companies in the list of services that can be provided by a specialty business center. We know that fintech companies and non-traditional banks have offered innovative ways for consumers and small businesses to access credit, including through alternative data and loan underwriting. In fact, fintech companies were the #1 type of PPP lender for minority-owned businesses. If we want to reach businesses in need, we should provide every opportunity to access the credit necessary to start a business or enable a business to grow. This amendment is aligned with the goals of the Minority Business Development Agency. In fact, the committee recently received a testimony from a fintech company that was established specifically to empower minority communities. Under my amendment, the services from this kind of company would be leveraged by specialty business centers, and minority-owned businesses would be able to get help with obtaining funding from fintech companies. This amendment should not be controversial, particularly given that the definition of specialty business center already gives direction to the MBDA director to include services focusing on, quote, any area determined necessary or appropriate based on the priorities of the MBDA. Surely that would include lending services from fintechs. I thank you for hearing this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment by Mr. Loudermilk is redundant on what is already in the bill. For some reason, this amendment would preference fintechs and other lightly or unregulated financial institutions over banks and credit unions or even CDFIs. And so we've done a lot of work in this bill where we are helping to provide very needed funds and resources to MDIs and CDFIs and credit unions. And so I think this certainly is redundant. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Say no.
No.
The noes have it. The
Madam
noes have
Chair,
it.
request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to the chair's previous order. The vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman, Mr. Rose from Tennessee, has an amendment at the desk, and we will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
So this is taking $6 billion from public housing and putting it to motor coach funding.
No, they're not. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the
Madam
committee
Chair, I
print.
move that the amendment be
Without objection,
considered
the
read.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Madam Chair, the American private bus and motor coach industry has absolutely been devastated by the government-imposed shutdown, but they have continued to be left out as Congress provides relief to so many. The motor coach industry plays a vital role in our travel, tourism, and music industries and provides nearly 600 million passenger trips per year. In the wake of the pandemic, nearly all of the 3,000 companies in the industry at some point were completely shut down. 36,000 vehicles parked, and most of the over 88,000 employees of this industry were laid off. The Coronavirus Economic Relief for Transportation Services, or CERTS program, was included in the Consolidated Appropriations Act passed at the end of last year. However, of the $8 billion requested for CERTS, it received only $2 billion in funding. Treasury rolled out the program, and as expected, there was not nearly enough funding to take care of the need. The program oversubscribed by about a 4-to-1 basis and had a proration rate of 23%. This amendment is very simple. It just adds the additional $6 billion this program needs. Many on this committee, on both sides of the aisle, were co-sponsors of the original CERTS Act, and several signed a letter just last week to allocate this much-needed funding. This industry needs our help. Every other industry practically has received significant aid. Our motor coach industry needs it as well. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Hill of Arkansas moves to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized to strike the last word.
I thank the chairwoman. I do strike the last word, and I'm proud once again to support my good friend from Tennessee, Congressman Rowe's efforts to focus on the motor coach industry. Of course, it was drastically hit by COVID-19. You can't have a government mandated shutdown in the travel and training and athletic industry and not really hurt the motor coach industry, much of which is privately owned and family owned across our country. We have two great of the companies right here in Central Arkansas, Arrow Coach Lines and Little Rock Coach Lines, both of whom have really struggled to get back on their feet. They were counting on this program. Congress designed a program for the motor coach industry, but unfortunately, it was severely underfunded and estimated as to that dire need. So I'm delighted to support my friend from Tennessee, Mr. Rose's amendment that would reallocate money, $6 billion, towards addressing this funding shortfall that was in the Coronavirus Economic Relief for Transportation Services program. Something Congress got a lot right with the CARES Act, and they got a lot right on a bipartisan basis in last year's appropriations. But here's one where the estimates fell short. And now the Delta variant, depending on where you live, has reaped more concern for these hardworking Americans that transport really literally, thousands of people, make millions and millions, 600 million, it says, trips a year on behalf of student athletes, people going on tours. And so I think it's important. I hope we get bipartisan support for Mr. Rose's good amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Is there further discussion? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment would strike $6 billion from public housing to provide funding for limousine drivers. While I'm certainly sympathetic to the plight of this industry and several others hurt by the pandemic, I do not support taking funds from public housing. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of- In the opinion
Madam
of the
Chair, I'd like
chair,
to
the noes
request a
have it, the
recorded
noes
vote.
have it.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote should raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, I have an
Madam
amendment at
Chairwoman.
the desk. Oh,
Mr. Hollingsworth, you are recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Excuse me? All right.
Ms. Style?
Let us go to Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm happy to let Mr. Stile from Wisconsin submit his amendment first, and then I'll go after.
Wisconsin.
That'd be much appreciated if available.
Mr. Stile?
It's a Gonzalez amendment.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk if the gentleman from Ohio is kind enough to allow me to go before him.
No, I guess mine's already at the desk, Brian. Sorry, Mr. Stile, sorry about that.
Understood.
Mr. Gonzalez, you have an amendment at the desk.
Yes,
We will
ma'am.
pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically. Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is simple and one that I think, frankly, all Americans would be happy to see included in this bill. Simply put, this amendment would require that the HUD Secretary consult with the VA Secretary in implementing the newly created programs under Section 40201 and Section 40203 under this bill. Our veterans are some of the bravest men and women in our communities, and as members of Congress, it is always our duty to make sure that they are taken care of when they end their service. In our hearing this summer with my friend Secretary Fudge, she and I discussed the importance of providing housing opportunities for our nation's veterans. This is something that I care deeply about, and I believe this is a shared priority and a commitment that we should all be willing to make. This amendment will add a simple requirement that the HUD Secretary and VA Secretary work together to find ways to make these new programs work effectively for veterans. Again, I hope that this too will be supported as Ms. Wagner's amendment was. I think it's common sense. I look forward to that support, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Not. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment requires HUD to consult with the VA on down payment assistance outreach to veteran first-time homebuyers. However, HUD is not the entity doing the outreach with regard to homebuyers. Rather, grantees like state housing finance agencies, CDFIs, and MDIs are the entities administering the program. So it does not comply with the rules of reconciliation. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. 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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, please, Madam Chair.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion of or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair, Congressman Style, I have an amendment at the desk.
Who seeks recognition?
Congressman Style from Wisconsin.
He has an amendment at the desk. We will pause.
Congressman Style is recognized, and you have an amendment at the desk. We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed electronically.
Thank you.
Have all members received the amendment? If so, I would like to preserve a point of order on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Style of Wisconsin.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate the recognition. I'm really concerned that the down payment assistance section of this bill we're considering today is massively flawed. I think in part, most importantly, it's going to allow taxpayers to subsidize wealthy, big city families. Under this proposal, families making up to 140% of area median income, AMI, in a high-cost region can qualify for free government money. 140% of median income for a single person in San Francisco, Speaker Pelosi's district, is about $125,000. For a four-person household, that's closer to $180,000. In Washington, D.C. and the wealthy counties surrounding it, median household income is $129,000. That means that families with about $180,000 in income could qualify for benefits. Again, we're not talking about a government program meant to help those in need, not subsidize high-income bureaucrats in our capital. Nobody in Wisconsin, rest assured, thinks that a family earning almost $200,000 is needy. That's a family that shouldn't be receiving federal government money, free government money from the federal government to subsidize a down payment. For reference, the AMI in Kenosha, Wisconsin, for a family of four is $82,300. In Walworth County, it's $78,000. In Janesville, where I live in Wisconsin, $73,000. Now, some of my colleagues on this committee come from places like Iowa and Michigan and North Carolina, where incomes and costs are more in line with Wisconsin, my area of the country. I have to imagine they don't support subsidizing big, affluent, big city families as the underlying bill does. My amendment's pretty simple. It would lower the area median income cap to 100% of AMI to better target families who might actually need assistance, not those making 180,000 or so. And the bill we're considering today, to me, is yet another example of how high-cost cities increasingly are relying on federal taxpayers to bail out their residents after their own failed policies have driven up the cost of housing. The fact is, high-cost, Democrat-run cities have gotten so expensive that people who make up to $180,000 per year can't afford to buy a home. That's the failure we should be discussing. The proper way to fix this is to build more housing to drive prices lower, not a massive new federal subsidy for the well-off that will only increase demand further. The legislation is a Band-Aid to cover up the rising costs of housing in coastal, Democratic-run cities. It does nothing to solve the actual problem of high housing costs. Low-income Americans who live in these high-cost cities, I believe, deserve better. Hardworking Wisconsinites shouldn't be forced to pay for bad policy decisions and subsidize affluent families in big cities. I think it's clear that we have concerns about this whole program, but I'm not even trying in this amendment to eliminate it. My amendment will improve the bill and ensure only those who need government support receive it, and I urge its adoption. I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Congressman Hill moves to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition?
Hill of Arkansas.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
I thank the chair. I move to strike the last word, and I want to thank my friend from Wisconsin again today as we've worked all day to fine-tune our housing programs, make them more effective, make them more transparent, and focus them on where housing policy was originally crafted. What was that? To give a leg up, to help target housing affordability and housing access to low, moderate income families. That was the intent of so many of our housing and community development related programs. And we've talked about it today. And time again, Republicans have offered amendments to fine tune these programs, to target them at exactly that group of hardworking American families that these programs were intended to help. And Mr. Stile, my friend from Wisconsin, has done that once again, where we're targeting those families that need the federal assistance in order to move up or have a better home situation, and not, again, subsidizing well-to-do families that don't need the help. Time again on these programs, when you don't target them, when you're not helping those low, moderate income households, that means that's fewer dollars that go to the really intended audience that's been the intention of our housing programs for decades. So I thank my friend for pointing this out. He does improve the bill. I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can endorse his good amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment would lower income targeting from 120% AMI and 140% AMI in high-cost areas to 100% of AMI across the board. This effectively dilutes the intent of the underlying provision, which intends to reach low-wealth borrowers who lack family wealth. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, I withdraw my point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
Madam
noes
Chair,
have
I'd
it.
like to request a recorded
A
vote.
recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hands and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the vote on this question is postponed. If there are no further amendments without objection, the previous question is ordered on the committee print, and pursuant to Section C5 of Committee Rule 3, further proceedings on the pending amendments are postponed. Members are informed that interim votes will occur at 10:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. We will vote on all amendments to and final passage of the committee print